saying we're back. Come on. How we doing? Are we back? What's going on? Okay. Alright. So we're back. Okay. So we should be good. Alright. Well, barely just got started. We just ordered drinks. We haven't even gotten to the appetizer yet. Mm-hmm. What? What is that about? This is so not cool. Why you don't want to work? There we go. Oh dang, blinking and winking on me. While I'm all with the mouse over here. Coming back, no. Hmm. Here we go. Hmm. 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 I'm just saying, I didn't give Roll any love during the Part A dissertation talking about the history of Mega Man. You know what I mean? Getting to my point. You know. Now, say what you want about the visuals, but understand the concept. The concept being that Capcom is giving themselves the allowance to make something, to understand something, to make something. Now, I don't know at what point Roll started getting a starring role in the games. But if I'm gonna talk about how much this game is like this game, you know, I gotta show her some love. I gotta show her some love. What are we doing? What are we doing? Dang. I can't find what I'm looking for. There we go. Oh, dang. It's not a picture. Hold on. Hey, stop blinking and winking on me over there. Yeah, I remember I used to operate. I used to operate one of these things, man. Look at me, contributing member to society. I used to operate one of these things. Anybody ever had to press one of these things? Anybody ever had to use one of these things? Look at me, contributing member to society. You know what I mean? What are we doing? Oh, damn. Well, I'm saying Mega Man Zero can get this thing cracking anytime. Anytime you want, Capcom. You get Zero in there, you get it cracking, and then you got yourself everything you need. You got Pragmata, you ironed out all the kinks for Pragmata 1, 2, and 3. You got Zero, he skyrocketed to stardom. You can't stop him. It doesn't matter what you do. It's always the greatest thing that ever happened. And then you get your Mega Man game, because we know he always coming back to Mega Man. Always coming back to Mega Man. Let me see. You know you're always gonna come back to Mega Man. And then you're gonna be ready. And then you got everything. you got Pragmata. That, you know what I mean? That's your high tech, and then you get Mega Man Zero. You introduce him into the 3D sphere, and he's gonna be your hack and slash 3D environment video game. And once you get all of that down, what's stopping? What's stopping you? Nothing. Nothing will be stopping you. Be over there with the blue bomber. Side missions will roll. You know what I mean? You can be blue bombing everywhere, and nobody's gonna know anything what to do. And then there's gonna be like, nah, son, roll out there with them. What's she gonna do? And she's gonna come back. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, see, now I'm finding better pictures. How dare you? How dare you give me better pictures after the fact? See if it comes back. Yep. Let me see how this works. What's going on? Stop that. Oh. And they go out on missions together. And be like, oh man, y'all bummed out. Bummed out, you got me over here with all the cleaning supplies. And then she out there just doing whatever she does. And then this is everything. This is everything from what I believe, you know what I mean, going back to 2001, Mega Man Battle Network is all about all that digital stuff that they were talking about. Like, that's what all this is about. With the whole, you know what I mean, gameplay as far as like Mega Man goes, Mega Man X gameplay goes, and then Mega Man, I don't know so much about Legends. I don't know how much we need to, like, you know, dig ourselves in and out of holes, and you know what I mean. But Mega Man Battle Network, as far as like the digital goes, I'm pretty sure it had like this RPG element that's similar to like the whole Pragmata, as far as like, sure, it's something like a run and gun, but then there's that secondary like mini game per enemy of like breaking down their defenses in real time, and then you can hit them with, you know what I mean, hit them with the hit them, and then, you know what I mean, that's how you defeat enemies that way, physically and digitally. So that way you have the physical Mega Man stuff and you got the digital Mega Man stuff going on. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You got Mega Man out there going with the physical blaster, and then you got, you know, rolling with them, and she's doing all the digital blasting. So together, rock and roll, you know what I'm saying? They just sitting there doing it. They just sitting there doing it like it ain't nobody's business. Don't make me give it the title that I originally gave it. You know what I mean? Capcom. See, that's your title right here. Let me see. Nah, man, that's not what I wanted. What's my scroll? You know what I mean? Same title I gave it however long ago. However long ago I was talking about this, however many streams ago. It might have been like a year ago I was talking about this, and I was like, oh yeah, you call it like when Rock met Roll. Or it's probably like when the first teaser dropped for Pragmata or something like that. The first time we got to see a little bit of gameplay, all that good stuff. Let me see that. Okay. You know, when we got all that good stuff, and I was like, yeah, they're gonna call it, you can call it when rock met roll. What's that? That's what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Look at them. Couple little bad kids right there, man. Dr. Light didn't know what to do with them. Dr. Light didn't know what to do with them. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, when I say things like Pragmata is like Mega Man, I see all the same things that everybody else sees, but then I see them just, you know what I mean, slightly different or slightly, you know what I mean, more and like I go ahead and bring it and talk about everything that Capcom has done since 1987, what they did with all their properties, how many characters came and went, you know what I mean, and then talked about the GOAT, Mega Man Zero, and then how everything that Zero did came back full circle and it brought back regular Mega Man, and they just keep on keeping on, but they keep on trying new things. Capcom is evolving with the times, Capcom's evolving with the technology, Capcom's evolving with the audience, and all I'm saying is with Pragmata, and I bet you if you put Mega Man Zero in regular 3D, not 2.5D, Mega Man Zero in 3D, I think that's the only next step in the next journey for him. You know what I mean? You got to give him that 5th movie deal, or that 5th video game deal. You know what I mean? To pull him back from all the crossovers. He won't stop with all the crossovers. They can't, you know what I mean? Marvel wants him, Disney wants him, SNK wants him. You know, everybody wants him. And he's just like, he's looking at Capcom like, yo, what am I, you know what I'm saying? What am I supposed to do? Like, they asking me to do this. I don't want to be rude. So let me see. Where we at? Yeah, Mega Man Zero looking at Capcom like, I don't know what to tell you. Mega Man Zero looking at regular Mega Man like, it's gotta be rough, bro, but watch, I'm gonna lay out the path for you. I'm gonna lay out the path for you. You know what I'm saying? So you get your Pragmata, and it's all running around, shooting, tooting, and doing all that. And then Mega Man Zero in 3D is essentially, it's a Soulsborne game. It's a Soulsborne game. That's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? You're gonna do Mega Man Zero in 3D. It's a Soulsborne game. I'll help you. I'll help you with the concepts and the development and everything like that. I'll even do the environments like I care. You know, what are we doing? What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? And what else? Yo, Sony did not have to go that hard. Sony didn't have to go that hard. With that part said, I'm gonna make like actual coffee. I'm not making tea this time. I'm making coffee this time. Y'all caught me in the AM. I believe. I don't know. There's so many intermissions and errors happen along the way. So, you know what I mean. I don't even know what time we caught each other. But either way, like y'all caught me so early. I need regular coffee, and I will BRB. Oh man. Oh man, I didn't even. Yeah, y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. I'm gonna pull up a little something. I'm gonna pull up a little something. It's just because I love you. It's just because I love you. Got that. And then, don't worry, I'm gonna pull this up for y'all. Oh dang. Wait, where all the dope pictures going? Yeah, let me get that. Don't not give me the dope pictures that I'm looking for. Just give me the dope pictures that I'm looking for. I'm gonna pull this up for y'all. Like coffee brewing, so I don't wanna come back and then be like, oh, I gotta go run and get the coffee now too. The coffee doing its thing over there. Man, can I get another one? Can I get another one? Yeah, see? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I think that'll be enough for me to do what I'm talking about. There we go. That works. Let me get this coffee and then I'll be right with you. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. All right. We're doing it. We're doing it. So, Capcom, this is like I said, is light going down? Because this light is looking mighty bright now. Can I? May I? Do I have the permission to? Alright. I don't even know. I don't even know if it's light time yet. Turn for the lights or not. All I know is that light was all up in my face. Alright. So yeah. Son, you didn't have to go that hard. You go hard, I go harder. Sony, you did not have to go that hard. If you go hard, I go harder. Like, yo, how hard do I go? They all want to know, how hard do I go? You got every dude out there going to their girl and being like, hey baby, can I borrow the hardometer? I got you borrowing your girl's hardometer. And she's like, ew, why you want to borrow my hardometer for? And you're like, don't ask questions, let me get it. And she's like, fine, here. She lends you her hardometer. And you put the hardometer on Sony. And then it reads and it says, went hard. And then you put the hardometer on me. And it goes, harder. And you're like, baby, what kind of metrics is these? These don't make sense. And she's like, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. You didn't have to go that hard, Sony. So check me out. Capcom. Like, you're gonna do Pragmata. You're gonna iron out the kinks. It's gonna be great. All your dreams are gonna come true. You're gonna make $1 billion. I love it. Mega Man Zero. You can't stop him. You can't stop him. The only thing Mega Man Zero is gonna come back for is for a 3D video game. It's gonna be a 3D video game. It's gonna be Mega Man Zero 5. But if you want to continue the story, or if you want to just go ahead and start them off with something new, maybe bring them back to the classic Zero design and then start off another story. Who knows? But you're gonna bring Zero in. It's gonna be like a Soulsborne game. It's gonna be over there. He's got the pew pew. He's got all the weapons, all the swords, all the melees, the parries, all that other stuff, all the systems that all those games got. That's what you need to do for a 3D Mega Man Zero video game. It's not gonna be Mega Man. It's not gonna be Mega Man X. It's not gonna be Proto Man. It's not gonna be Base. It's not gonna be a Walnut. It's not gonna be ZX. It's not gonna be Battle Network. It's gonna be Mega Man Zero, and he's gonna sit there and he's gonna do it all. He's gonna do it all for you, Capcom. And now between Pragmata, Mega Man Zero in 3D, now you got to bring in the Blue Bomber. Now you got to do it. Now you got you ironed out all the kinks. You ironed out all of the kinks, right? So this is what's gonna happen. Here's a little screenshot, another screenshot from Pragmata over here. You know what I mean? Doing their thing. This is actually a really good screenshot because it got Rock and Roll doing their thing. So let me really quick, just for, you know what I mean, just for good measure. You know, I've been giving it to y'all all day. I'll go ahead and do this part. Dang, she got like a little step stool right there on, right there on them. Like one of them car things to carry the bicycles. Like when you see a car, or when you see the city bus and he got the bicycle rack on it. Like he just got a rack. He got a rack on his back. Yeah. That actually might even work like that. You know, I'm just gonna lay this out. I'm just gonna lay this out. Do I need to double check to make sure we're still... No, I think we're still. Okay. You blank and wank. You blank and wank on me. How dare you? How dare you blank and wank on me? Capcom, after you iron out the kinks with Pragmata and Mega Man Zero in 3D, I promise everything will come true. You will finally have the 3D Mega Man game that you need to do. There's only one last hurdle that you have, you see. So you're gonna have rock and roll. Call it Mega Man Rock and Roll. We finally here, baby. We finally here. Oh, dang. What happened? I had you right where I wanted you. Now what? There we go. So you got rock and roll, rocking and rolling. You know what I mean? Dr. Light tripping. He's like, man, we got robots all over. I don't know what to do. And then, you know what I mean? Mega Man is like, say less. And then Roll gets all sad. She's like, I want to do something too. I'm just over here with the mop. And they're like, nah, what you do is important. And she's like, I know, but still, I want to do something. Now you got rock and roll. Rocking and rolling out here. And her jacket got tassels on it. Only got one last hurdle. And now for this last hurdle, I really only got half of the answer for you. You know what I mean? Since the gaming industry can't seem to find a spot for me, can't find a job at all for me. Now one company has one spot available for the likes of me. So because of that, I can only help you with half of this third hurdle that you're gonna need to do, but I'm gonna spell it out for you because I already see it coming. You know what I mean? You're welcome. You're welcome. Sony didn't have to go that hard. But you're welcome. Check me out. Keep this. We'll keep that. Now, I like that. You got like a little user interface going on in the lower left corner over there. That's really cool. That's really cool. Now, check me out. You're gonna run into a problem. That's about right. See, you're gonna have enemies, enemy types. There you go. So you're gonna have enemy types, and then you're gonna have bosses and all that other stuff, right? These are cool looking enemies. We'll use this one as a placeholder for a boss, you know? Look at this cool looking something like a Mega Man boss. You know, it's Yellow Octopus. Oh dang, we fighting Yellow Octopus. You see what I mean? What are we doing? Aw. You blinking and winking on me? Don't do that. Oh, that's why you did that? Okay. See. I love how the UI in the lower left corner like almost matches up. You see, I don't know nothing. I'm a green werewolf when it comes to 3D Mega Man games. I just know nobody played them. Some people will say that they played them, but nobody played them. But here's the thing. Mega Man is some of the best games. They set the standard. 1987 to forever. You know what I mean? For eternity. Forever and ever. You know? It forever set its own fate ever since 1987. So big ups to Big Blue. You know what I mean? And check it out. You're gonna have enemy types. Everything in the 2D and 2.5D space operates on a 2D plane, right? And you have everything that worked the way that it did so perfectly in the 2D, in the XY axis. You know what I mean? Now, there are plenty of games in 3D nowadays, right? Like, and plenty of games in 3D in the overall space and time and all that other stuff, right? But nobody's ever really hit that perfect sci-fi techno hit that needs to be hit like Returnal. You know, the enemy types in there, similar. you know, but operating in a 3D space. The environments, not necessarily the way that the environments are textured, but even level design and stuff like that, similar, and they're built for the 3D space. The bosses, most specifically, you know, are like the highlights, right? They're the thing that you have to figure out to beat, and in the video game. And this 3D element seems to be the thing that Capcom needs to beat when it comes to making a 3D Mega Man game. See, Mega Man, he ain't nothing but shooty hoops. He ain't nothing but shooty hoops. Mega Man, he just over there, pew 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 pew. Like he don't really, you know what I mean? He's not Mega Man Zero. He doesn't have the sword. He's not gonna parry you. He's not gonna, you know what I mean? He's not gonna block. He could only dodge and pew 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 pew. And then, you know what I mean? Take your power, take a girl. He got a new suit. That's all he could really do. You know what I mean? That's why you're gonna go with Mega Man Zero first. That way you can, he's running around pew pewing, but also he got the sword to sit there and make it a little bit easier for y'all as far as like designing and programming and all that other stuff goes. Who doesn't want to be Zero? Sha 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 sha. You know what I mean? Going in with the sword, with the laser sword, and just taking them out. Check me out. I'll give y'all another one. I'll give y'all another one. See, that was one boss. Aw, dang. See, now you're on level 2. You're fighting Yellow Octopus. Oh, no. It's level 2. You're fighting Yellow Octopus. See, I think Returnal, for the most part, is the only game that hit what it needed to hit as far as like that techno beat of 3D space, and how like it's like Dance Dance Revolution but in 3D. It's like the way that everything kinda, you know what I mean, all the energy blasts, all the boss attack moves, all of the fray, the patterns that the player had to kinda learn and study in order to dodge the hits in a 3D space is very, very reminiscent of how the patterns of the player having to learn how to dodge in the 2D space in the original Mega Man stuff. You know, X, Y. Returnal seems to have figured out that X, Y, Z of like, this is how all those really cool dope attacks kind of look in a three-dimensional whatever. See, there it goes again. Look at it. That's boss number 2. But that's what it's gonna look like. That's your visual representation. You know what I mean? You're gonna iron out all the kinks with Pragmata. You're gonna iron out all the kinks with Mega Man Zero. You know what I mean? How can Mega Man Zero be easier to program than Mega Man? This is why. Cause You don't have the sword, so you could only focus on the blaster. And when you're only focusing on the blaster, gameplay is different. Returnal is the only one I feel like has that. Dang. I'm trying to think, is Returnal kind of like the only game that's like a Souls-like, that's all pew pew, no swords? Maybe, what's that game called? With the robots. I was gonna say Accent Core, but I know that's not it. The Soulsborne robot game. It was like the 4th or the 6th one in the entry. I was just talking about it earlier in the stream. Armor Core. There we go. Accent Core, Armor Core. You know what it is. You know, Armor Core might have figured it out, but they're also flying around. You know what I mean? Blue Bomber, he don't fly around. He'll dash. He'll wall climb. He'll do all that stuff, but he can't. You know, he doesn't move too much in the 3-dimensional space, even though some of the bosses do. Some of the enemy types, like if you got Mega Man going up against like Sky Falcon and he's flying around in the 3D space, then all of a sudden it's like, ah, dang, he's hitting you with the wind attacks and they're coming in like tunnels. Like, it's gonna look something like this. You know what I mean? Hold on, do I got another one for you? Hey, do I got another one for you? There we go. Now you're on level 3. Oh, damn, we fight Yellow Octopus. Yellow Octopus is level 3. Oh, dang. And he in there, he got laser rail guns. He got the purple black man. Who told Yellow Octopus to go so hard on level 3? Well, what I'm saying is, like, this is what it would look like. It would look something like this. The game Returnal got it on lock. As far as like things moving in the XYZ pattern in these kind of geometric pattern shaped type of ways, all the attack moves, everything, so that way you can kind of figure it out. It's less hectic than just random firepower, random boss movements, random this, random that. You know what I mean? The attacks specifically, all the energy blasts, the energy orbs. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh damn, we gotta dodge this one, we gotta jump over that one. You know what I mean? Like, it screams regular 2D Mega Man in the 3D space, is all I'm saying. Now here's the problem. Now, let's say you're on, you know, you're on level 1. You're on level 1. You're fighting Yellow Octopus and Yellow 1. And he's over there, he's attacking you. You win. You beat him. You took his girl. Took his power. Now you got yourself a new suit. You're not even blue. You're not even the Blue Bomber anymore. You got yourself a green suit now. Look at you. You know what I mean? You pimping in a green suit. And Roll, I don't know what you want to do with Roll. Just keep her in the red dress. You know, she a little devil in a red dress. Blue Bomber got himself a new suit. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do all that in Photoshop right now. Now you got a new power. See, this is the reason why I think Mega Man Legends back in 1997 when y'all went for that first attempt at 3D. I mean, I don't know why you didn't change his color. I don't know why he had to be blue the entire time. You know what I mean? Like, everybody looked at it like, what kind of Mega Man is this? He don't know how to change suits. Like, he don't know how to, he don't know where they paint cars at. Like, he I mean, at some point he should have just grabbed the can and just like sprayed himself with some paint and just be like, look, I changed colors too. But he didn't do that. Like, he just stayed blue the entire time. Now I don't know how you do that, but you know what I mean. After you iron out the kinks with Pragmata, Mega Man Zero in the 3D space, and you got yourself the Blue Bomber 3D video game finally, and it's gonna look something like this. And you beat the first boss, and now you got the first boss power. You took his girl, and you got a new suit. And now you're gonna sit there and go up against boss number 2. Oh dang, it's Yellow Octopus. But now you fighting Yellow Octopus with the power that you just got from the last boss. That's how this is gonna look. See, you're gonna apply that power. And now it's gonna look crazy. Now it's gonna look crazy like this. Like, there's gonna be so many things going on because that's the one thing Returnal didn't have. See, Returnal, they had all the pew pews, and they had multiple different pew pews, and all the pew pews they only shot one way, but they never shot sexy. They never shot sexy, meaning they weren't like, you know, you get the wind tunnel effect from fighting Flying Falcon, and now you got the wind tunnel. You know what I mean? You throw on the wind tunnel suit, and now you got the wind tunnel gun, and now you got the wind tunnel color scheme going on. You know what I mean? And now you fighting, you know what I mean? The red volcano, the volcano rhino, whatever he's gonna be. Now you're fighting that dude, and now you're hitting volcano rhino with wind tunnels. Volcano rhinos coming at you with like lava blast and red energy, and now you're throwing, you know, wind tunnel stuff back at them. Y'all both throwing sexy blasts at each other. It's gonna look something like this. Returnal, that's the one thing. Like, I can't help you with that one. The only thing I can show you is like, it's gonna look something like this when your character is blasting with the craziness, and the boss character is blasting with the craziness. You know what I mean? You don't even need multiplayer. You don't even need the online multiplayer, online matches. You're gonna have so much going on. It's already gonna be enough. Because in Returnal, there was already so much going on, and it was a lot. Now it's gonna be double that. You know what I mean? By the time you iron out the kinks with Pragmata, by the time you iron out the kinks Mega Man Zero, you know what I mean? All of that will be figured out. But there's no ducking, dipping, diving, do-si-doing, or dodging. The fact that you're gonna have a boss doing everything, and the Blue Bomber gonna be in there, new suit, new power, doing everything back while you're dodging all of the energy blasts. So it's already like, it's gonna look something like this. You know what I mean? Returnal, you just had a regular pew pew. You know, one bullet at a time. Even if it was at burst or fully automatic. You know what I mean? Like, it was still just like kind of like regular bullets. Even if they were light bullets, like, they were still just regular. Once Mega Man picks up the power from the boss, it's not going to be a regular blast. It's going to be a little bit more. That's why Sorrows is going to be interesting to see. See, now you beat the second boss. Took the second boss girl, took the second boss power, got yourself a new suit. Now you're playing level 3. Like, oh dang, you're fighting Yellow Octopus. What is he doing? Yellow Octopus in there looking crazy. And now you see, you just picked up the last power from the last enemy, and now you're going in there. And both of y'all are doing the most. Both of y'all are doing everything that you can. And it's gonna look something like this. See, this is the one thing that Returnal didn't have. You didn't recoup the power of the bosses. You know what I mean? You just got regular pew-pews that you picked up off the ground or something like that. But Mega Man, he's Mega Man for a reason. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna look like rock and roll. You want it to look like Dance Dance Revolution. You want it to look like, you know what I mean? Like a disco party. You want it to look like, you know, Returnal ×2. You want it to look that way. I'm just telling you, this is what it looks like. You know what I mean? And then you went ahead and then you went and you defeated the third boss. And now you got, you know, you're on stage 4. Now you're fighting the fourth boss. I don't know who's it gonna be. Oh dang, it's Yellow Octopus and he's tripping. Yellow Octopus is tripping. Hold on. How dare you? How dare you? You're fighting Yellow Octopus. This is level 4. Level 4, you find Yellow Octopus and he's in there doing the most. And now you're in there with the last boss with the energy blast. And now, this is what it's gonna look like. Now, me personally, I think it's dope. I think it's dope. So do all of the Pragmata. Do all of, you know, you got to bring in Mega Man Zero into the 3D space first. Can't nobody else do it. That man is a star. That man is a star. Put him back in the old school suit. Put him back in the old school suit. Now you're gonna start dialing it back. Old school suit, upgraded to the 3D graphics, and then you dial it back again. You're gonna bring Blue Bomber right behind Mega Man Zero, coming in with the even older suit, 3D graphics, and now it's gonna be ×2 because, yeah, I don't even know how much Zero. I know Zero changes colors, but I don't even know how much Zero like really utilizes other enemies stuff. You know what I mean? Because he had all the weapons and the blast. Like, you know, Zero's pew pew is right there on the level of Returnal. You know what I mean? He just got all the melee weapons to go with it. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Capcom. Like, for real, for real. So, man, how many variations is this? What is this like? But oh no, we got hit. Like, you know what I mean? That's what it looks like when you get hit. You're like, oh, like we're good, we're ducking, we're dodging. Oh, we got hit. Like, and then it'll look like that. But yeah, see, that'll be the only part that I can't help you with. I can draw, I can conceptualize, I can do all that stuff, man. But until y'all find a position for me, you know what I mean? I've already operated a mop with that big old squeegee press. You know what I mean? Like, I've already operated one of those things. I'm mean with the mop. You know what I'm saying? Video game industry ain't got no spot for the likes of me. Here I am dropping every jewel. This is the reason why Mega Man Legends fell short. This is why Mega Man X7, 8, 9 fell short. Maybe even 10, 11, 12. I don't even know how many they had. They had way too many. This is why they started winding it back with Battle Network. And they were just like, well, make it a 3/4 angle so that way people don't notice that it's back to 2D again. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, this is what it's gonna look like. Yo, the screenshots actually look kind of bad though, you know what I'm saying? I like it. There we go. You know what? I might just go Mayday with this one. Oh no, you can't even barely see them. See what I mean? Yeah, what else we got? Yeah, I think that's everything that I mean when I say Pragmata looks like an awesome game. And just like everybody else compared it to Mega Man, I also compared it to Mega Man. But you know, I'll bring it. I'll let you know, Capcom. I got your back. I got your back, Capcom. You're welcome. You're welcome. Alright, what do we got? What is this? I don't know. Oh, right. Yeah, so I did some, you know, I did some research, did some looking some stuff up, did some, you know what I mean? Like, I did some, you know, that thing that I do whenever I do something, you know what I mean? And I think it was the last time I was on here, we were talking about, you know what, I should probably do this. I should probably do this just so I have something for me. Oh wait, or did I do it that way? I did do it that way. Yeah, I got rid of that. Let me see. I got rid of that. Let me do something. I still got it in here? I do. I'm gonna take both of these. Now, I did that thing that I do when you know what I mean? When I see Sony go hard, and I'm like, damn, they didn't have to go that hard. They didn't have to go that hard. Sony, how dare you? I did that thing that I do where I do my research. And I was like, and the whole reason why I did some research was because I was over here all like, you know, I can close these out. I can close these out. You know what I mean? Shout out to Capcom. I can close these out. Shout out to Capcom. You know what I mean? Shout out to Big Blue. Alright. Check me out. Sony, you didn't have to go that hard. Let me set this up for y'all. How are you bigger than that? How are you bigger than that? That don't make no sense. Alright, bring y'all back into the fold. Let's see what I'm doing now. Sony, you didn't have to go that hard. I'm gonna let this one ride before I jump into this one. Here we go. Be right back. Yo, why are you blinking and winking on me? How dare you? How dare you blink and wink on me? Yo, the lighting setup is so strange. What is this? What is this? Bright light. Oh dang. Is that time? Is that time too? Yo. Look at that, we're finally ordering drinks. We're finally ordering drinks. Or are we ordering appetizers? Oh yeah. We're ordering appetizers now. Look at us enjoying drinks, and now we're gonna order appetizers. Here we go. Now, this was crazy to me. The last time I was on here, I was all like, I don't know nothing about DOA. All I know are spherical, three-dimensional objects and secondary animations. This is probably before the term jiggle physics was coined, you know what I mean? I was like, I don't know anything about Dead or Alive. I know I used to play it. I played one of them. I don't know which one it was. I played one of them. Apparently they had 6 of them. I couldn't tell you which one I played. One of the earlier ones, that's for sure. Check me out. Yeah, I got this light all up in my face. Check me out. I did that thing that I do, where I do research, and I look into things, and I was like, I need to learn about this. I was all upset. I don't have not one concept art book for Dead or Alive. So disrespectful. So disrespectful. Nah, I remember Ninja Gaiden 4 came out. I was happy to see the purple hair chick. I was like, oh dang, it's the purple hair chick. Look at her. Look at her. She in with the new. In with the new. So I did me some research. Check it out. So I found out, well, one, I was just like, yo, let me look up I don't want to do it that way. I want to hit y'all. So I went to go look up Dead or Alive stuff. I don't know nothing about it. And I was like, let's see what's happening. Now, half of me learned about like the game mechanics, how the games were perceived, yada yada yada. I remember I played them all. I remember our three-dimensional spheres and secondary animations. And this was probably before the word jiggle physics was coined. I don't even like that's what I remember, and it was one of the greatest games ever made. I looked it up, and I was like, yo, there's ninjas. They bad ninjas. They got ninjas in there, and they so bad. Yo, I did research. Immediately, I found out there was more than just ninjas in there. I was like, whoa, whoa. I wasn't ready for that. So here, they have ninjas. And then 2, they got a whole nother thing going on. You know what I mean? I missed it. Where it was the actual, I mean, I don't even know what you call it. The tournament. So I learned about the game. Oh, you know what? Just call it a tourney, right? Then they got the whole tournament. Now they got one character over here who runs the show. I think her name is like Helena, something like that. And now they got on the ninja side, they got like, I don't even know what they're called. They're like the mountain ninjas. Call them mountain ninjas. The mountain ninjas, that's where all the baddies are. All the baddies are on the mountain. And then the tournament, that's where everybody else is that isn't a ninja, but they also bad though. And then with the mountain ninjas, you got the main baddie. You got the main baddie. And then there's purple hair baddie. You know, the one with the purple hair. Love her. And then out of nowhere, you know what I mean, buddy that like nobody ever knew who he was. That, you know what I mean, apparently he's their brother. I'm not gonna spoil it for y'all, but like there's like a dude who's a bro, like literally he's dude bro. Now here's the thing that threw me for a loop. I was like I immediately learned Ryu Busa, buddy from Ninja Gaiden, buddy that got purple hair girl looking all bad for his game. He's in Dead or Alive. Like, I always thought he was a guest character, kind of like how Darth Vader was a guest character in Soul Calibur. I thought he was a guest character, kind of like how like Yoda was a guest character in Soul Calibur. I thought he was a guest character, like when Link was a guest character in Soul Calibur. I was like, he's a guest character. I knew Ninja Gaiden was in Dead or Alive. I thought he was a guest character. He's not a guest. He's not a guest. That's his house. That's his house. So you got all these mountain ninjas, and all of them, they're friends. They're friends with the Dragon Ninja. Our boy. Dragon Ninja. Look at me learning stuff. Like, you see what I mean? Like, you got Dead or Alive, you got all these ninjas over here. You got a couple of baddies. You got some random dude. But then you got the Dragon Ninja. I mean, you getting mollywopped over here. You getting mollywopped over here. Like, and then over here, I don't know, you got a whole bunch of other people, right? Like she runs the show. There's like an assassin or something like that. You know, there's like, there's a father. There's a father over there. He's doing something. You know what I mean? He's supposed to be Hulk Hogan. And then, you know, the father, he got a daughter. She bad, right? Like father got a daughter. She bad. So it's like, oh, dang. Like, so you got all this going on over here. Who else you got? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like an old dude. There's an old dude. He's over there. And then he does kung fu. They got, you know what I mean? They got Fei Long. They got their own Fei Long. He's over there. They got some more. They got some more going on. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I didn't know anything about DOA. What else do they have? Oh yeah, they got other buddy. Dude, they got a black guy. They got a black guy. They got, you know what I mean? Like what's his name? Family Guy? Like, I'm a black guy. They got a black guy. Like, and then they got more people. You know what I mean? They had more games, so they got more people. They got more games, so they got more people. But this is kind of almost something that's kind of like something that's maybe perhaps the founding, you know what I mean? The OGs, the originators, you know what I mean? The never imitators, the only ones that ever were. Like, it's split like that. So it's easy to get confused. I was immediately confused. But as soon as I found out, I was like, oh, wait, the ninjas? And then you got the tournament? And it's like, oh, man, that made it so much easier for me. But here's the other thing. Now, because you know, you got Dead or Alive, and you got the Mountain Ninjas, and they're friends with Ninja Gaiden. They are friends with Ninja Gaiden. They got 6 games. 6 games. You know what I mean? They added characters. Who cares, right? Like you know what I mean? It's the same as every other fighting game. They added some characters. They bad, and they went around. They started fighting everybody. and everybody fighting everybody. Some of them probably had kids. I don't even know. It's you know what I mean. They never really figured it out. They didn't get that far. Now we're making DOA 7, so we're about to find out. Maybe, perhaps. You know. But check me out. The Dragon Ninja. You know, what color is Ninja Gaiden? Was he red? I mean, I know he's wearing black all day. He's like only one color for me. But his eyes are green though, right? But his eyes are green. So what if I did this? Oh, so it's that color anyways. Alright, but his eyes are green, so we're gonna go green. Ninja Gaiden. Now, you see, Dead or Alive, they got all these tournament people. They over there. They're doing their thing. Then they got all the mountain ninjas. Now you got Ninja Gaiden. Now the only thing I really want to point out, because I'm going to keep it to Dead or Alive over here, is the fact that Dead or Alive, Dead or Alive, and then you got Ryu Hayabusa. Dead or Alive got 6 games. Going on 7. 6, 7. You know what I'm saying? Ryu Hayabusa, he got 4 games. Plus like 4 more. Which is like 8. He got like 8 games. It might only be 7 also. You know what I'm saying? But he got like 8 games. Now this is the reason why nobody knows anything about Dead or Alive. This is why can't nobody put any respect on their names. Now check me out. So you got DOA over here. And DOA, they got all this going on over the course of 6 games. Now they got one, only counted one of all of the Dead or Alive characters. Only one of them got their own spin-off. It was like Dead or Alive is the Mega Man series, and Ryu Hayabusa is like Mega Man 0. You know what I mean? Like he's the one. He's the one. Nobody could stop him. He went everywhere. He did everything. Everybody loves him. Nobody else got that shine. Not even the main character in Dead or Alive got that shine. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this is the reason why. So this is what's so difficult about trying to understand about these video games, is that you have as much information for one of the characters. One character. We all know Ryu Hayabusa. We all know the Dragon Ninja. We all know everything. And who's trying to get Izuna dropped? Who's trying to get Izuna dropped? You know what I'm saying? And then Dead or Alive characters, you got like 30 other characters, right? You only have as much information on those 30 other characters as much as you have on Ryu Hayabusa by himself. So it's like you got the Dragon Ninja, who's on one side of the scale, just like this, and then you got everybody else that's on the other side of the scale. And that's all the information that we have over the course of about, 14 games. That's all the information that we have. This is why nobody knows any of the other characters. And they dope. And they dope. You know what I mean? They're as dope as any other fighting game, video game character roster going on. Like, they're all good. But, you know what I mean? Unlike any other game, they bad. The girls here, they bad. Like, the way that the girls put it out, they bad. Like, the ninjas in these games, they bad. Like, that's all we know. That's all we know about these characters. So it only makes sense. I was like, oh, this is why I don't know anything about these games. You know what I mean? And I would imagine this is why everybody's just like me. They don't really know anything about these games. So, now here's what's really cool. This is something, you know what I mean, that I'm looking forward. Like, oh, dude, forget about it. Forget about it. Check this out. And how dare everybody? How dare everybody? So you got Ninja Gaiden, you got DOA. DOA. I'm gonna switch up the color for this guy. I'm gonna give him. Yeah, just give him blue. DOA got another spin-off game. It's the one that we all know. It's the one that we all love. I never played it. It's the one that we all know. It's the one that we all love. Yo. The black guy. The black dude. Black guy. I didn't know this part. We all know these games. We all love these games. The beach volleyball games. See, this is where people say like, oh no, they fell off. People are gonna be like, oh no, they fell off. They, you know what I mean? They spun the block in the wrong direction. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. They're like, hold on now. See, I didn't know this part. See, I did my research. I looked into it. I learned what I needed to learn. I learned all about the games, and then I learned all about the lore. Real quick, I crash course. You know what I mean? It was like I told y'all at the top of the stream. I was like, you know what I mean? I'll look you in the eye. I'll hold your hand. I'll twirl you around. But then sometimes I'll just cannonball. I'll just cannonball. Yo, check me out. In the series, like the second, third game, something like that, the black dude won. Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like any other fighting game. Like, whoever you picked the one and defeated the boss, like, that's the person who won. But, you know what I mean? You could run a hypothetical where if you pick the black guy and then you beat the final boss with the black guy, then the black guy won. Alright, black guy won. Black dude. He started the beach volleyball. That's what he did. He won. He won the tournament. He won in life. He won in life. Can't nobody tell him nothing. He won in life. Like he won the tournament. I guess what he got for the tournament, like you win in Mortal Kombat, like you save Earth Realm. Like, oh wow, you didn't get not one penny for it, and you can't even get McDonald's for free. You know what I mean? You still got to pay for McDonald's. They don't even know that you saved Earth Realm. You know what I'm saying? When you win the tournament in Mortal Kombat. Like, you won the tournament in Dead or Alive. He got so much money, he bought an island. He bought an island. Like, dude won in life. He bought himself a nice island. Guess what he did? But he bought the island. Got a big old building on there. He got a casino in there. You know what I mean? He got a hotel beach resort. He got a whole thing. He set it up real nice. He set it up real nice. You know what he did? He did Beach of All tournament. You know how he did it? He just sent out the invites and he was like, yo, we running the fighting tournament over here. And then he sent out invites. Bad gals only. All the bad gals showed up because they were like, oh, we're gonna fight. They all showed up. Ninjas showed up in their ninja suits. Everybody that wasn't a ninja showed up in their regular, you know what I mean, not ninja clothes. And everybody showed up and they were all ready to fight. They were all bad, all the baddies. By the time you hit the third game, they had more than just a handful of baddies. They had like a lot of baddies. And he had all of them show up. He said, all you baddies, we're all gonna fight over here. The baddies probably didn't even know that they were the only ones that were invited. All the baddies show up. Beach volleyball games. They're a part of the lore. Yo, we failed in life. We failed, dead or alive. We failed. Dead or alive, I'm sorry. It was this fact that got me. It was that fact that got. I was like, wait, the island belonged to one of the fighters? Like, the beach volleyball games is essentially like Ninja Gaiden, except in the other direction for another character. It was like, you got Ninja Gaiden with Ryu, Huyu, Busa, you know what I mean? Chopping up the whole entire city, Izuna dropping everybody on their head. And then you got this other dude, same exact world. The same exact world. His name is Zach, by the way, saying the word exact, and his name is Zach. Zach won the tournament, got all of the money, and then he bought an island. He built a resort, and then he said, bad girls only. I didn't play not one of those games, but I know people played them. I didn't play not one of them, but I know people played them. I didn't play one, but I know somebody did. You know what I mean? I didn't play them. Zach said, bad girls only. And they all showed up. And they were bad with it. Alright? We failed, dead or alive. When the beach volleyball games were canon, when they were lore, when they happened, when they were real, when it was legit, we failed. We failed. I am sorry, Itagaki-san, you know what I mean? Torinobu, you know what I'm saying? Man, we failed. We failed. All of us, we all failed. The beach volleyball games are just as much lore as the Ninja Gaiden games. I don't want to hear nobody say nothing. All them girls bad. Yo. See, now this is what's cool. This was cool. Oh wait, nope. I'm gonna lock you in place. You don't go nowhere. So saying all that to say this. I'm saying all that to say this. Hold on, let me make sure. Do I still got that? I do still got that. Look at me. I'm gonna give it to y'all. I'm gonna give it to y'all. Soon as I find the right image. I mean, that's kind of right? It's kind of correct. And we can't find that one that's like kind of cool. Here we go. You know how to do it. You know how to do it, man. Let me go ahead and grab this. Let me grab this. I didn't know the beach volleyball was canon. I thought it was silly like everybody else. We failed. I thought it was silly. I thought it was nonsense. I did not know Buddy sent invites to the bad girls only. He said, I got a whole resort. There we go. Now you know I had to do it to you, right? Check me out. Now, like I told you. Now, we'll shrink it back down. But just for now. You know, I don't want to cut out purple hair chick like that, but actually, can I just do this? Look at me not knowing. Look at me not knowing how to do this. Now, dead or alive, believe it or not, but we still. I never know when my stream, I always gotta check. Alright, check this out. Let's change the color up. I mean, what color is dead or alive stuff? It's probably like a purple, right? Something like that. Or is it just like black and white or something? You know what? Let's go ahead and go this way with it. You know, since that code's not on the map, I could use it. It'll stand out. Now this is what goes on. The DOA map. So we'll just call this the DOA map. Now, I don't know where Buddy's Island is. I don't know where Buddy's Island is. I don't know where he did it. I'm pretty sure he was an American character, so there wasn't, you know what I mean. So he's an American dude with an American island somewhere. So he got himself an island somewhere. So this is like where all the beach volleyball games go, right? Something like that. And now, Ryu Busa. You know, he's in Japan. Japan is over here somewhere. You know what I mean? And then he did all of the nasty things over in Japan. And then I forgot about this part. Apparently I played two out of the three Ninja Gaidens before 4 came out. So I only played half of the Ninja Gaidens. I played the first 2 games. I didn't know that part. I thought I only played one of them. Apparently I played 2 of them. And never played 3. I guess it was a good thing too. But at some point, Ryu Busa got picked up by the CIA. Now I don't know where the CIA is located, but you know what I mean. It's like here somewhere. You know what I mean? Like it might be in Washington. Washington, I think, is like somewhere like here somewhere. But besides the island, the CIA, and the American wrestlers, you know what I mean? There's really nothing else going on in America, right? Like, there's not too much going on over there. Everything else is like all the ninjas, they're in Japan. All the ninjas are in Japan. You know what I mean? So they're over there. And then all of the tournament stuff that everything else is happening at, it's in Europe. It's in Europe. You know, I'm a green werewolf in London. I'm an American green werewolf in London. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where it's at, but you know, they got a bunch of Europeans. They got a bunch of Japanese. You know, Fei Long's in there, so you know they got a little bit of China in there. They got some other people. You know, I think they had a luchador. I saw a luchador mask in there somewhere at some point. You know what I mean? So you know, but a lot of what goes on. You know what I mean? In the DOA world. Oh yeah, they got a Russian too. You know what I mean? So you know, a little bit of Russian. A lot in the DOA world takes place over here. And I'll do you one better. You know when they got me? I mean, they got me a long time ago with the baddies. With the baddies, the little ninjas. I was like, oh dang, DOA, they're the greatest. Then I found out that the beach volleyball was canon, and then I felt ashamed of myself because I thought it was something silly. You want to know what else goes on in the DOA world? I'm just going to spell it out. They got dinosaurs. They got dinosaurs. Living, breathing dinosaurs. How much did I big up Tekken for having that dinosaur character with the kangaroo character with the bears and all that other stuff? DOA got dinosaurs. I was like, that's true. There were dinosaurs in the Ryu Hayabusa games. Like, Ninja Gaiden got dinosaurs in it. And he's not just a guest character, he's in the world. So a lot of what Ryu Hayabusa does, also, he goes to the demon realm, he dives inside of mountains, he goes into the lava, he goes underneath, you know what I mean? Where we all live on the surface, on the crust of the earth, we all know Ninja Gaiden, Ryu Hayabusa, the dragon ninja, he dives into the earth. So there's a little bit of heck, we'll call it. You know, heck all over. Cause he, you know what I mean, he got like 7 games. So a lot. The DOA map, we got dinosaurs, we got heck, we got Japan, or Asia, if you want to call it that. And then we got Europe, man, and just a little bit of America. Just a little bit, you know, there's a little bit of America in there. It's probably an Australian, I'm just not aware of them. You know what I mean? I was, whatever. So I was learning all this. They got me with the baddies. They got me with the beach volleyball. And then they got me with the dinosaurs. We failed you. Itagaki-san, we failed you. I'm so sorry. See, because this is what I was thinking about when I was like, oh yeah, a lot of the story takes place here. You know what I mean? Like I said, that's all tournament stuff. You know what I mean? The person that runs the tournament, hold on, I can do this better. The person that runs the tournament, they're all the way in Europe. Now the tournament, I guess it takes place all over the world, but they're all the way in Europe. And a whole lot of the baddies in the ninja outfits, it all takes place in Japan. I was like, there's a lot of Europe and there's a lot of Japan in there. I was like, you know who else has a lot of Europe and a lot of Japan? You see? You know, we could bring this over here now. Hmm. What you doing? There we go. Something like that. You know who got a lot of Europe in it? And you know who got a lot of Japan in it? And then if we count all of the time that Ryu Busa did a deep dive into Heck. You know who else got that? Here we go. Oh, how dare you? How dare you have the same characters? Hold on. Let's do this right. I might just grab that one. Just because I know that one. Check me out. Oh, dang. There we go. I said it. I said it. Yo. I said it. You know who got a whole lot in Europe? You know who got a whole lot in Japan? And you know who got a whole lot in Heck also? You know who got baddies also? You know who got me also? You see how I'm living? You see how I'm living? I was doing all this research and I was learning and I was learning, but I don't never stop burning. Like I was learning and learning, and my brain said, "Hey man, you know what you sound like right now? You sound like you was doing that time when you was like learning about all this stuff over here." Yo, I was like, you know how much I love to cross things up and cross things over. You know how much I love me a good crossover. You know how much I love me a good crossover. You know what I mean? It's like when the rest of the world sees somebody break their ankles in basketball. When the rest of the world sees somebody break their ankles in basketball, that's how much I love a crossover event. And I even, yo, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, you thought I was done with you? How dare you? Sony, you didn't have to go this hard. Koei Tecmo, Platinum Games, Ninja Theory, Team Ninja, all of you, Koei Tecmo, DOA, Itagaki-san, we failed you, but we're not gonna fail you no more. Capcom, I'm not done with you. Crossover event. And I already got it. I already got it figured out for you. The branding, the advertising, everything. All you have to do is pick up where you left off. Where did you leave off, Capcom? Capcom, what did you say? You said Darkstalkers is dead. This is your teaser. You say Darkstalkers, everybody is like, and then you say is dead, and you're like, wait, but they already hit us with this one. Did we just go back in time? I feel 10 years younger. And then it says, or alive. Come on. You already got the zombie. You already got Zabel. You already got Lord Raptor. You just do what you did last time. Get Lord Raptor. Climb out like the zombie that he is. Climb up out of the ground. Have him pick up the guitar with him. Have him start jamming. Now you got Lord Raptor playing, you know what I mean, going hardcore with the music. You know, he's Guilty Gear with the music. He's Lord Raptor, and he's going bananas on the electric guitar. DOA, they got that girl. What does she do? She plays the electric guitar also, and she wants to be a star. And now you got Lord Raptor, and now you got the girl from Dead or Alive. Just do, and now you got both of them. Come on. Zack with the island. Zack on the island. Boy, Zack is on the island. Zack is on the island. What's the island surrounded by? Water. That's how you define an island. An island is surrounded by what? Water. It's wet. It's water. It's a resort. You know, hallelujah. Who's in the water? Yo, all bath. All bath. Rikuo. He's gonna pull up. He'll be like, yo, I heard you had some baddie boom baddies out here. And be like, oh no, that was for the that was you know what I mean? That was like 1, 2, 3 tournaments, but I gotta invite them all for another tournament again. He didn't do it once, he did it twice. He might have did it more times than that. He fooled him once. The first time, hey, fool me once. You send me a false invite to a fighting tournament and I show up and I'm all bad in my ninja outfit. Fool me once. You know, shame on you. Zack pulled it off at least 2 times. Zack did it twice. Where he was bad girls only. Bad girls only. All the invitations. Bad girls only. All the invitations went out. All the baddies showed up a second time. They were like, we're here to fight again. And then fool them once, shame on you, Zack. Fool them twice. You already know. He's on an island. Surrounded by what? Who's in the water? All bath, Rikuo. Come on. That's 2 right there. You got Felicia in Japan. You got everybody else is in Europe. Frankenstein, Dracula, Succubus, the other Succubus. Man, you got Fei Long in China with Ling Ling. And then you even got Little Red Riding Hood. You know what I mean? She's a part of the KGB or something like that. She is a part of the KGB, and you got the CIA. Man, there are so many cross-ups and toss-ups you could do. You see what I'm saying? I did my research. You know, I learned something about Dead or Alive I did not know. You know, part of the lore of Dead or Alive. You're gonna take a back seat to that one. You know what I mean? Zach gets to stay. He gets top billing today. You know what I mean? Got all them baddies. Talking about Japan and Europe and heck. Japan and Europe and heck. And dinosaurs. Come on. Come on, you got me with the dinosaurs. You give me dinosaurs, I give you everything. You see what I'm saying? Yo. I learned something about Dead or Alive. About Ninja Gaiden as well. We'll take it there as well. You know, it's not only secluded to Dead or Alive. The Dead or Alive lore began before the first game. What do I mean? Everything is relegated to the ninjas, right? Everything is relegated to the tournament. You know, like I said over here. Like, you got Dead or Alive, and then you got all the ninjas, and then you got all tournament. All of the ninjas story begins with the parents. The parents of the three main, the mountain ninjas, where you got the bad girl, you got the purple haired girl, you got the main baddie, the purple hair baddie, and then you got the dude bro, who's apparently the brother, and you thought he was just some random dude, but nah, he's related to them, so you got to show him respect. And it's like, alright, you know what I mean? Just so you could be friends with the baddie, you gotta be cool with the dude bro. He's like, okay, you know what I mean? You got all of that. Their story, their lore starts with the parents and the family. Before that, they were never even in the game. They weren't even a playable character. I don't think so. They might have been. I don't even know. Same thing. Tournament. The tournament is all ran by that one chick, Helena. But then there's all sorts of other thing that goes on, and then there's all the other fighters in there. We barely know anything about them. Ryu, Busa took up all the spotlight like he Mega Man Zero of the DOA world. You know what I mean? All the tournament stuff, it began with Helena's parent. It started with the generation before her. See, game one starts with her. The lore started before her. It started with the parents. Now, I learned something interesting about Dead or Alive. I didn't know this. You know what I mean? I didn't know it was even anything that was worth talking about. But I was thinking about Europe and Japan and heck, and I was thinking about crossovers and dinosaurs. And you know what I mean? I give y'all everything. Check me out. So much of Dead or Alive's lore is all about like the copycat ninja. Everything is about Kakashi. Everything is Kakashi. Everything on the ninja side is Kakashi. Everything on the tournament side is Kakashi. What you got on the ninja side with the parents did what? The parents were parenting, and then the uncle went off, and the uncle is like Akuma, and he's going Akuma with the ill intent. But then on top of the Yinlin tent, he's also the copycat ninja. Imagine if Akuma and Kakashi was like the same dude. He's copying you, and then he's taking. He's Mega Man. He took your power. He took your girl. He got himself a new suit. He took the power, took your life. He got himself a new power move. You know what I mean? Traveled around the world, copycat ninja, did everything. Came back, he's like, I learned all these moves, I only need to learn one move. And then he went and learned that move, set off the entire events of the entire Dead or Alive, ninjas, whatever, like set everything off copycat ninja style. The tournament, like I said, Dead or Alive is split between two. You got ninjas on one side, then you got everything else that's on the other side that's all like tournament related. Everything tournament related. It take money to run a tournament as Dana White. It take money to run a tournament as Joe Rogan. It take money to run a tournament as them brothers that also do that. Like, it take money to run a tournament as, you know, like the WWE, Vince McMahon and all of them. It take money to run a tournament like as, you know what I'm saying, like even all the smaller venues that also do it. You know what I mean? That takes a lot of work. Respect to them. Shout out to them. You know what I'm saying? But we failed it at Gaki-san, so we're not here to talk about that. But it take money to run a tournament, and big money. And what happened with big money? It gets weird. And big money, what did they do on the big money side of Dead or Alive? It was all copycat ninja stuff. They were like, yo, we need to copycat stuff. They're like, what are we trying to copycat? They're like, everything. They got all these fighters. They want to copycat all of them, but they found a ninja girl. I don't know how they found the ninja girl, but they found the main baddie. Wait, which one is she? The main baddie. Hold on, let me. Wait, where are my layers? Where are my layers? Who's the main baddie? There she go. This one right here. They found her. And she's special. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I don't know why. I don't know why she's special. You know what I mean? She's essentially the Morgan of the Dead or Alive universe. She's special. You know what I mean? Purple hair girl. She's Felicia. She's also special, but for some reason you know what I mean? She don't run the tournament. But bad ninja girl, main baddie. She don't run the tournament, but she kind of run the tournament because the tournament trying to copycat ninja her. They run like a program that's more technologically. It's, you know, it's not Akuma running around. You know what I mean? Took your power, took your life. I'm wearing a new battle armor. I'm wearing a new, you know what I mean, fight move or anything like that. You know what I mean? They're not doing it that way. They're doing it like, you know. They're doing it like Umbrella. They're doing it like what's the Final Fantasy VII joint in Midgar? What do you call all them? What is that company called? It's not called Umbrella. Either way. Nah, I need to know the name now. Shinra, dude, they're just like Shinra. You know what I mean? They're running creepy ops underground, and they're just like Shinra. They're doing it with the green ooze, and they're doing it with, you know what I mean, Mako energy, and they're going after the main baddie ninja girl, because she's special for some reason. Even though they got Ryu, Huyu, Busa over there diving in the mountains, you know what I mean, carving up demons. Apparently, this girl more special than him. It don't make no sense to me. It's all about copycat. They sat there, they got her, they copycatted her, and now she got like copycats of her running around. They did the T1000 version, it failed. They did the T2000 version, it failed. The other one went back in time to fight the other one, and they were like, you know what I mean, like I'll be back. Like they did all that with her. You know what I mean? She got copycats on top of copycats. She got copycats that are just all ooze. You know what I mean? Everything about Dead or Alive is surrounded by copycats. It all started with the tournament runner's father, and all the ninja stuff started with the tournament, or started with the ninja's parents. And none of them were in video games, I don't think. Maybe they were. Hold Hold on, I did my research, y'all. Sony, you didn't have to go so hard. You know what I mean? You didn't have to go so hard, Sony. Sony goes hard, I go harder. That's it. All you have to do is borrow your girl's heartometer, and then you point it at Sony, and then you look at the reading, and then you point it at me, and then it's like, yo, what kind of readings is this? And then she's like, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Yo. What do they got going on? What do they got going on in Darkstalkers? You know, if everything is all about copycat ninjas, and then I was, you know what I mean? Now I'm in my bag, right? Like when I'm thinking about all this stuff, and I was just like, ooh, this and that, and this relays over, and that relays over, and it all relays over. You know what I mean? It takes place in Europe, it takes place in Asia, it takes place in heck, and you got all this copycat stuff. What happened in it's probably the third game. They introduced 2 characters, and I'm pretty sure I probably came across a video where somebody wanted to talk about like the next Darkstalkers that we never got. Like, you know what I mean? Characters that we never got, but that we could get if we ever got another Darkstalkers, which we never got. Is like in the last game they introduced Marionette, who's a puppet fighter, something like a puppet fighter, and then they introduced, I think his name is Shadow, not Shadow the Hedgehog. We're not talking about Axel, Mega Man X7. I think his name is Shadow, and it's literally just a shadow. And what Shadow does is he'll go into a fighter, and then he'll become that fighter. You know what I mean? So he's like a shadow, and then he just like puppets the fighter, like he just like, you know, possesses them. And now that was the whole thing that he does. It was like a game mechanic of like, if you select Shadow, then whoever you fight first, or whoever you pick first, you're only them for the first match, and then whoever you fight, you beat them, Shadow goes into them, and now you're playing as the character that you just defeated. And then, you know what I mean, goes on and on and on and on until you beat that arcade style or something like that. And then Marionette was, again, something like a puppet fighter. Like there were 2 different mechanics of something that was like puppeteering. But either way, copycat style. Copycat style. You know what I mean? And maybe it was the other way around. Maybe Marionette was the one that you beat him, and the Shadow was the one that just like copied them directly. So it was always a mirror match. You know, something like that. But either way, copycat style. Marionette, Shadow did it. Darkstalkers did it. It was one of the last things that they did before they came back. Could you imagine just how many copycat characters you could have in this crossover game just like this? You know, there's so many similarities. So many similarities. Europe, Asia, heck. Which is a little bit of America. Just a little bit of America. You know, just a little bit of America. You know, that was the thing always with Darkstalkers. I was like, there's really no American representation in there. Like, all they got is, you know, if you want to say like the what's his name, the Yeti buddy. Like Yeti buddy would probably be the only one that you could really say is maybe perhaps from North America, just because, you know what I mean, like Bigfoot and them, you know, like you could try to pull that one off, but it doesn't have to be. Like, he's all the way up in like Antarctica or in the Arctic. Dead or Alive's coming back, y'all. I'm just saying, Dead or Alive's coming back, and Darkstalkers is dead or alive. And then that's how Capcom brings them back. It brings over another crossover. It brings over two properties that never played with each other before, and it brings over two, Capcom and Koei Tecmo, who may or may not have ever worked together on a video game before. But I mean, you got Europe, Japan, heck, and a whole bunch of baddies and monsters, and then you could throw dinosaurs in there too. Come on. Come on. What are we talking about? See, I didn't know nothing about Dead or Alive. But I would say the beach volleyball being actual canon and lore was one of the biggest, like, what? Let's go ahead and do this. You're not gonna tell me Zach's not gonna send an invite when he finds out about Morgan. Zach's gonna find out about Morgan and Felicia, and he's not gonna send him an invite. Get out of here. That's how it's gonna start. That's how it's gonna start. Girl's gonna be at a concert, playing a concert, and Zabel's gonna pop out of the ground and start playing right next to her. And you're gonna have Morgan and Felicia showing up at the island and being like, who are these two ninja baddies? There we go. But yeah. Let me go ahead and do that. Do that. Hope he's still alive. I never know. I always gotta check these days. So yeah, sometimes I'll hold your hand, look you in the eye, smile, spin you around in a circle. You know what I mean? We'll get water. We'll order drinks. You know what I mean? We'll order appetite. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's a whole lot. Sometimes it's a whole lot of foreplay before I get around to the main course, right? But then other times I'll just cannonball. I'll cannonball right in. I just jackknife right into the pool. You know what I mean? Like I care. Like I care. So yeah. Ninja Gaiden, Dead or Alive, beach volleyball, Darkstalkers. Come on. Come on. What are we doing? Beach volleyball, they got the dinosaurs right there. With all the palm trees. Get out of here. They got water dinosaurs, I'm sure. Oh damn, what are we doing? This ain't blinking and winking on me. Alright, so I think I say that. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. You know, while we wait for the tea to brew, because I don't want to sit there and leave it. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it once it's ready. I was gonna work on some animation and draw that out for you, but I didn't know I was gonna get so ill with the Mega Man stuff. I didn't know I was gonna get so ill with the Mega Man stuff. So I'm gonna save the Dead or Alive animations for another time. You know what I'm saying? I'm still holding your hand. The appetizers are here. We're eating the appetizers. I got one more for you. Alright. Alright. Cool. Boom. We're back. What's this? Alright. But yeah. Judging by how good that teaser trailer looked, and judging by how good purple haired chick girl looked in Ninja Gaiden 4, and then you know what I mean? What a tease that was. You know what I mean? Almost fighting her and then not fighting her. Man. I love learning about that character too, purple haired chick. She's always shadowing somebody. She's either always shadowing Ryu Busa, or she's always shadowing Dude Bro, who, you know what I mean, you thought was a random dude, but apparently he's the brother, so you gotta be cool with him, you know what I mean, if you want to talk to the baddies. Or she's always following the main baddie, you know what I mean, just so she can fight her. Like, I love it. She's like the ninja of all ninjas. But either way. I got one more for y'all. You know me. I cannonball. I don't just ball, I cannonball. Check me out. Yo, do I? Oh yeah, I do have that, don't I? I do have that. I kinda prepped, but I kinda didn't prep, because you know me, I do it live. So, let's go ahead and do this. I don't think I'm saying anything crazy. You know what I mean? Sony, you did not have to go so hard. Fellas, grab your girl's hardometer, point it at Sony, look at the reading, then point it at me, and then look at the reading. You're going to be baffled, and then you're going to look at your girl and be like, what kind of measurements are these? And then she's going to say, that's all I need to know. Sony, you didn't have to go so hard. You go hard, I go harder. Didn't we just get done with a Earth map? Didn't I just pull out an Earth map? What are we doing? What are we doing here? We did just pull up an Earth map, didn't we? I'm still talking about the Earth. Look at me. I love this planet. Look at how much I love this planet. You can't love everybody in the planet if you don't love the planet itself, right? There we go. I think this is the portion, you know what I mean? Capcom, you can exit the conversation if you wish. You know? We didn't get Marvel 4. Right? But we did get something to toke on, didn't we? Now, I remember I already been on here on the podcast, on the live stream, on the art stream. You know what I mean? We're eating the appetizer right now. We just put in the order for the main meal, you know. Don't worry. I'm looking you in the eyes. I'm smiling. You know, this is all foreplay. You know, before we get to the comic book cover. Sony, you didn't have to go so hard. Marvel Tokon. So you know, spoiler alert. Look at me giving y'all the spoiler alert. It's something like a 50-50 spoiler alert. You could choose to stay, you could choose to go. Spoiler alert. So, Marvel Tokon, they gave us, I want to be able to pull up pictures, but you know what I'm saying. I didn't wanna, let me see if I got something. Yeah, alright, so I'll drop this in there. Let me see. I don't have a picture of that, do I? I don't got any pictures of that. You know, I was talking about, we never got Marvel 4, the MCU Phase 4, everyone faded away, you know what I mean? Thanos did the snap and nobody came back. Like, I don't even know. Are we on Phase 5? Are we on Phase 6? I don't think anybody knows, and I'm not sure if anybody cares. You know what I mean? Like, I was on the podcast, I was on the stream, I was on the live stream. I broke it down a while back. You know what I mean? You had to be there. I talked about the MCU. I talked about Phase 4 and the failing. And now, you know what I mean? I gotta sit here and kind of no, that's made up. That's made up. That's made up. That's not real. Hold up. This is made up, isn't it? Let me see. What's the source? Fandom Wire. Fandom Wire. Yeah, this got to be made up. Maybe it's not. But that's not the picture I'm looking for. Yeah, let me do this. We back. I'm looking at a picture that's like, yo, all of the roster is has been like leaked or exposed or something, but I've seen a few of them that were fake, but I didn't see this one, and it almost looks legit, but that's not what I'm looking for. Can't I just find like all the original 8 in the starting lineup? Where's the original 8 starting lineup? And they're gonna make me do it. They're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it again. I did this months ago, and now I'm doing it again. So I was talking about the MCU. This is before Marvel Tokon. You know, Marvel Tokon didn't influence my MCU speech. I think it happened before the announcement of Tokon. But when I talked about the MCU, and I talked about how after the Avengers, Thanos and them, that they were gonna, that we kind of knew they needed to go. They were acquiring all of the properties, and we knew how dare you. They were acquiring all the properties. We knew that Fantastic Four was coming somehow, some way. And we knew X-Men was coming any day, right? We knew that. We just didn't know how. And I sat there and I laid it out. And I said, this is, you know what I mean? My head canon. This is where my head's at. Because everything was going so smoothly. Everything was going so smoothly. I talked about interesting. So back when this was everything that we had to go off of. This is probably like just as the alpha was coming out, before maybe the second alpha or the beta, whatever we're calling it. And you know, I gave my opinion on the roster. I was like, it's kind of crazy, it's kind of hectic, but it's just a starting lineup. And my biggest concern on, you know, wasn't just like having 8 characters on screen at the same time, but it was about how chaotic it would look with all the characters with all their own individual colors, and how like if you gave them all similar colors, I just did it recently with the X-Men announcement, that it would look a little bit more uniform, a little bit more in line, a little less chaotic, because you could have 8 characters on the screen at the same time, and as long as your team is matching, you could still see like, oh okay, like this is all this person's people, this is all their people, even if they're all over the place, you could still spot them, you know, more or less. So that was my concern with Tokon. Before that, I was talking about the MCU, and I was talking about Fantastic Four and X-Men. What did I say? What did I say? I said it. What did I say? I said the way that they gotta do it is they gotta do it with all the space stuff. Because right then and there, all their earthly heroes were kind of like, you know what I mean, not over and done with, but it was like they all got the trilogies, they got the Avengers trilogies, like, you know what I mean, there's only a handful of them, not even a handful of them that like hadn't hit their trilogy yet. So you know what I mean, they're already used up. The only thing that they could explore more, especially since it was like they're likely gonna introduce the Fantastic Four before the X-Men, was to go through the space stuff. Now, Guardians probably already did like the third movie by that point, but still, like Thor did the fourth movie. I think Thor did a fourth movie, and it was the one where he went into outer space or something like that. I'm forgetting at this point. But even the earthly heroes had a space adventure. Then we still had Guardians of the Galaxy. And then, you know, my biggest gripe to this day was the Ravagers, Scavengers, whatever they're called, with Rambo, Sylvester Stallone, Sly, you know what I mean? Rambo himself, and Michelle Yeoh. And then the rest of them. That cast, I was like, this is perfect. You got Guardians you can still do a little something with, you know what I mean? Because Gamora, you know, Gamora's out there like, I don't remember nothing. How did I fall in love with her? Like you know what I mean? So you got at least one more story in there. But then you still have the Sylvester Stallone stuff, and it was like they could drop a Sylvester Stallone, Michelle Yeoh movie so quick. With, you know what I mean, whoever else is the rest of them. You know, space stuff, celestial stuff, the Eternals stuff, you know what I mean? Get space involved, expand the space stuff just a little bit, but just enough to get the Fantastic Four to show up. Silver Surfer, Galactus. Don't bring Galactus in on the first movie. Galactus got to be Thanos. He's got to be the looming, lurking, like, big enemy for the Fantastic Four. I mean, I said it before the Fantastic movie was even announced. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how long ago I was talking about this, but you know, you know what I mean? They threw Galactus first off rip. They're like, Galactus off rip. It was, you know what I mean? Not even the same universe. They're in like 1960s in a different dimension, something like, ugh, you know what I mean? They didn't know how to keep the ball rolling. They just didn't know how to keep the ball rolling. But I told them they got to go the space route, because along with the space route, you could do Guardians, you could do whoever Sylvester, Michelle Yeoh, Stallone team was. You can give them a trilogy. You could let the Eternals go out in space a little bit more, the Adam Warlock stuff and all that. Like, come on, there's plenty. They already introduced with Miss Marvel and the Skrulls and the Krees and you know, the Eye Patch Man is up there in outer space. Like I broke it all down. I you know, whenever I get around to video editing that one and popping it up on YouTube, it's gonna be when it's gonna be. But I talked about it then. Not gonna get into detail about it now, but I did talk about it, and I did say the space was the way to go for the MCU to bring in the Fantastic Four. That's a no-brainer. Fantastic Four is astronauts. They go into outer space. Like, that's how they do it. They're regular people. They're not superheroes. They went into outer space. They came back with superpowers. Like, that's how it goes. We talked about it. They didn't listen to me. They didn't listen to me. How'd that work out? How'd that work out for you? You didn't listen to me. Check me out. Because not only when you dive into the space, do you get Fantastic Four, but you could find your way to the X-Men. What do I mean by that? When you think about X-Men, what do you think about? You think about, like, the main crew, right? You know what I mean? There's always a main crew, like, you know, Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm. And then Then it's whoever after that. Storm was the leader. Cyclops was the leader. The Wolverine is something like a leader. And maybe every now and then somebody thinks about Jean Grey, just because, you know what I mean, Dark Phoenix, she powerful, but all that other stuff. But either way, like, Jean Grey is not even one that people think about, as, but, you know, because there's been so many. There've been so many. Like, you could say Beast, Colossus, like Nightcrawler. You know, Nightcrawler part of my top 3. Like, don't talk to me about, like, all the other mutants out there. Well, what about like there's so many of them. But when you think about the X-Men, who do you think about? Storm, Cyclops, Wolverine. That's about it. That's about it. And, you know, Professor X, because of obvious reasons, right? Cyclops being a leader. And everything that was going on with Black Panther and Wakanda, and Storm comes from Africa and all that. Cyclops being a leader. I already went into his story. I'm not going to deep dive into it. He comes from outer space. People don't ever think about that part. My whole point was, if you're going to put Cyclops in a story with Jean Grey, who everybody knows is the Dark Phoenix, and she's the most powerful thing on the planet, right? And then you got Wolverine, who he's like, he can't never die. He's like the most powerful thing on the planet. You got 2 of the most powerful beings, and then you got Cyclops, and Cyclops don't never get no shine. They don't never give it to him. They're like, Cyclops, you want what? And he's like, I just want like a little bit of shine over here. And they're like, yeah, look at you, Cyclops, you want shine, look at you. Like Cyclops comes from outer space. So you have Marvel going into phase 4, trying to figure things out. But you know you got Fantastic Four on the horizon. You already got space stuff going on. That was a no-brainer. You didn't listen to me. It didn't work out for you. Cyclops comes from outer space. And he's a leading figure in the X-Men. All you had to do was get Cyclops figured out. You could have figured out Cyclops like you figured out Iron Man. Give him a one-off and let his one-off be the beginnings where he finds Professor Xavier. You could have started it like that. You don't need to start the X-Men like we're already the X-Men. You don't need to know how we started. Like part of what made Iron Man. Iron Man, I don't even need to talk about it because you already know. Space. So Marvel Tokon seems to have taken a page out of my book. MCU didn't listen to me, but I think Marvel Tokon did. See, we all trying to figure, everybody want to figure everything out, but me, you know, I cannonball, I jackknife, you know what I'm saying? And what do we got? What if I did this? Does that hook me up? It does. There we go. So we got the starting lineup. It's mad funky, right? It's mad random. You got some Avengers in there. You got an X-Man, and then you got a whole bunch of solo acts, and only one bad guy. Don't make no sense. He's the only green person in there. Nobody knew what to make of it. But then we got, most recently, we got the X-Men team. And then I guess they announced 20 characters. So we got 8 random characters. And then we know teams of 4. And that there's going to be 20 total. And now on this screen that they gave us here when they announced the X-Men, they gave us yeah. they gave us the X-Men team, led by Storm, one of the leaders. Just like I was saying, Cyclops comes from space, he's one of the leaders. Storm is one of the leaders. Now they gave us a Buku team. I don't even know what, you know what I'm saying? Like Storm and Wolverine together. Like I wouldn't, you know, I couldn't imagine, you know. But okay. And then they gave us Magic. And I still don't know. I didn't, you know what I mean? I jackknife, I cannonball into the pool, and I didn't even find out or look up if Danger ever was a character, or if this is just something, you know, they just pulled an audible. I'm just gonna say they pulled an audible, even though I'm probably wrong about that. So, teams of 4, 20 characters total. We got these 4 characters. It kind of makes sense if these are the 5 characters that they're giving us, and there's a total of 20, and they're teams of 4, 5 times 4, 20. So it's like, okay, those characters are all the leaders right there, which is crazy to me. Which is crazy to me if that's the case, because that means well, one, that means that Iron Man isn't a leader, and 2, we already have, what is this, 11 out of the 20 characters, so there's only 9 characters left for the starting roster to try to figure out, right? So we got more than half. We got 11 out of the 20, and they're giving us buku teams. They're giving us buku teams. I'm so old, but I look. I'm so old, but I look. So when I say buku teams, I'm just saying I'm old. I'm old. You know what I'm saying? Like some of y'all, I don't even play Marvel Rivals. Some of y'all younger than me, you play Marvel Rivals. Like, you know things that I don't know. But I'm so old, but I look. I know things that you don't know. Like, check me out. Check my melody. Check me out. You know what's funny? Yeah, I am so old, but I look. But check out my melody, for real. We back? Are you blinking and winking on me? Look at you blinking and winking on me. So what do I mean when I say we got like buku teams? One, Danger's made up. She's made up. She don't exist. She's made up. But she did do something interesting. So we're gonna talk about it. I gotta make sure I got everything, that I got everything. There we go. Let's do this. There we go. What you mean? Oh, how dare you? So let's grab the ones, alright? Yeah, Spider-Man may or may not be one of the leaders. Who else we got? Storm, we already know, right? Here we go. Now, this is what's interesting. You know, I'm down with everything, you know, when like if media, entertainment, you know, my whole spherical realm is, you know, everything that I'm interested in, properties, companies, IPs, everything like that. If the powers that be choose to want to, you know, go in directions with them, I'm with it. You know what I mean? That's what it means, the cannonball, you know? I'm with it. But, you know, it's all about how you do it. You know, you could do it correctly, you could do it incorrectly. Right? So who we got? Doom. And then who else? Ghost Rider. That's the craziest leader. Ghost Rider is the one thing that kind of has me on a guess who. You know what I mean? Ghost Rider is the only one that throws me for a loop. Partially, especially if they announce him as like one of the leaders, right? Like part of me understands it, but then the other part of me is kind of like word. So what do we got? We got 2 more characters to go. So we got our 5 leaders. We got the one announced of team of 4. So now we have Star-Lord, now here's the thing about with having all these teams already made, That means that these last three, last time I was on here, I didn't know that there was a limit. You know, they had already said that there was going to be 20 characters. Now, I understand DLC, da 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 da, that's fine. And there will be, and I'll explain to you, you know what I mean? What I mean by that. But I was like, alright, so if we got, I did the math, I was like, we got the 5, then we got the team of 4, I was like, so that's going to be 20 people, or, you know, anywhere from like 20 to 32 characters, and I was like, we already got this, that, and the other. I threw out a number like 23 just for fun, you know what I mean? Even though I knew that wasn't going to be the case, right? But still, had to go microphone Jordan on y'all. You know, Ghost Rider being one of the leading characters, supposedly. Like, if we're gonna follow marketing, you know, then yeah, Ghost Rider being one of the leaders is the one that throws me off. Everyone else is something like a something, you know. Now, who else do we got? That means that Star-Lord isn't gonna be a leader. I think this Marvel girl right here isn't gonna be a leader, right? So she has to go somewhere. Now I don't think she's gonna go with like Team Bad with Team Doom. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. I don't think. There's a good chance she could go into Team Outer Space with like Star-Lord, but like that I'm not exactly sure about, you know. Are we blinking and winking on me? What are we doing? So, I don't know, I'm just kind of throwing her there with Spider-Man. That was just like, just natural, doing it live on the spot right now. Since I'm visualizing this for the first time now, I already done figured it all out, but you know what I mean? I've yet to put it together. It's one thing to have everything in your head, it's another thing to actually start laying it out. What you think I've been doing for the past 5 years? Now, who do we have left? Just Iron Man, right? Iron Man is another one that's interesting to me because Iron Man, when you're looking at this lineup, you're like, oh, he like definitely for sure though. He definitely for sure though go with Cap. You know what I mean? He definitely for sure though go with Cap. And everyone would be like, yep, that kind of makes sense. So that's our 11 characters. Now, you know what I mean? We got Ghost Rider, Star-Lord, Magic, and Danger. They're kind of like wild picks. They're kind of like wild picks, only because they haven't existed. Well, I guess, you know, Ghost Rider has. They haven't existed in a fighting game before. You know, Marvel's, all the dungeon crawler Marvel games and all that other stuff, Rivals, all that. Like they got, I don't even know how many characters they got. You know what I mean? I saw a picture where they were like, this is why Marvel's is popular, and it was a lineup of all the female characters facing that way, and I was like, oh dang, that's how they did it. I get it. But still, this is our 11 characters, right? Or am I still missing one? Let me see. 6, 9, 11. Nope, yeah, we're good. So we still have two spots right here. Still got 2 spots right here. And forgive me, don't get me in trouble. Forgive me, don't get me in trouble. We got 3 spots right here. And then we got another 2 spots right there. That's 9 characters we still got left. And I think with what we've seen in the trailer that dropped, with the X-Men trailer, or the X-Men announcement, I think we know some of the other characters, right? Now, I don't need to pull up the trailer for y'all, right? Check me out. I'm just gonna, you know what I mean, grab my screenshots there. Oh, I missed that part too, huh? Check me out. I guess I'll just screen grab that right now. There's one. Bear with me. See, it's one thing to be thinking stuff up and to just have ideas, right? It's another thing when you actually put in the work. I wonder if that leak is real. That would be wild if that leak that I saw is real. And not saw like pre-stream, like the one that I just saw on stream. I was like, ooh, I didn't see this picture before. I don't like that it's out there, you know? Okay. So we got Earth. We got Chandelar. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I get it that it's a it's a location. I don't know. Now we saw these three characters, and I don't have any reason to doubt that these three characters are in there. Now everybody knows Wanda, just nobody likes to see, and everybody wants to know why Wanda is laid out like that. Like, who let Wanda be like that, man? Who did that to Wanda? How dare they? How dare somebody do something to Wanda like that? Now, just because they were showed doesn't mean that they're in the game, right? Well, why show them if they're not, right? That was the biggest. Blinking and winking on me. What are we doing? What are we doing? Then we got Buddy here, who's extra random. But we did get to see his hand, and we kind of, you know what I mean, can at least try to infer what's happening, right? So, yeah, I think by the time this game is done, there's going to be so many characters. I wouldn't doubt if they double it up and end up, you know what I mean, with 40 characters almost easily. But it's almost like, who is this guy? You know what I mean? Like, that's the big question. We see his hand, you know what I mean? We see his hand. And I just kind of, you know what I mean, looked at what we had. So this is all the visual representation that we have. I don't think there's anything left, right? I don't think there's anything left. You know, if there is, I'm not exactly sure. Man, it's gonna be so interesting to see who goes where. Because here's the thing, we got this guy. That's the only kind of like loose end that we can grab at. And I've already gone ahead and looked up a couple of things. So, one thing that I looked up, I guess I should start here, just for myself. Yeah, I just looked it up and it was like Marvel Tokon is going to start with 20 characters. So I was like, okay, cool. You know, got that. So we all know Gladiator, right? We all know Gladiator. Now here's the thing with Gladiator. I looked it up. And I was like, who is he? Like, I recognize his look. You don't forget the mohawk when you see it. You know, that's why people that really want attention, they have a mohawk. It's because they don't want you to forget them. Antagonist to the X-Men, Gladiator has frequently clashed with the X-Men, particularly during the story arcs involving Shi'ar Empire. Now that's Gladiator. what did I talk about when they gave us the character Danger, right? When they gave us Danger, I was like, well, she goes, I'm the last living relic of the Shi'ar Empire and the last bit of technology. She was like, I'm the only one. So like, she's like this. Oh, you know what? I gotta grab a different color. Dang, why the Statue of Liberty gotta be the same color as their energy blast? That don't make no sense. And I broke it down for y'all. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that stream is still up. You can go back and check it. It's one of the ones. Just watch them all. You know what I'm saying? I could use the views. So Shi'ar Empire. I was like, oh, that's where Professor X. You know what I mean? When he went into outer space and he fell in love and he left Earth and he left everything behind. He turned into Dr. Manhattan. He was like, I'm in love and I don't want nothing to do with nobody. And then he just bounced like that. He was up there eating grapes with aliens, and he was all in love. He was walking around on 2 feet, I believe. You know what I mean? Like Professor Xavier was living his best life on another planet, and Shi'ar had something to do with something about that. So when she was like Shi'ar Empire, it was like, oh dang. And then on top of that, I forgot to bring up this part. Professor X is in the background of one of the things, so she's the last bit of Shi'ar tech, and Professor X and her are back on Earth. That means, you know what I mean, Professor X came back with the Shi'ar tech. He brought the Shi'ar tech with him, and it makes sense that Danger ultimately becomes the Danger Room, right? If we're gonna write a story to all this. Now we're looking up this Gladiator dude, particularly during the story arcs involving the Shi'ar Empire. He is often portrayed as a loyal servant of the Empire, willing to confront the X-Men to fulfill his duties, especially when it comes to protecting Princess Lilandra from threats. I'm almost certain that Princess Lilandra was the one that Professor X fell in love with. I kinda think so, but I'm not sure. I'm a green werewolf, don't hold me. Major storyline. Gladiator has played significant roles in various Marvel storylines. This is where it gets interesting, including Operation Galactic Storm and War of the Kings. His character often embodies the conflicts between duty and the Empire and the personal loyalty to individuals like Lilandra. You know what I mean? So he's like, good guy, bad guy, he'll beat up anybody. But that's Gladiator. And it's kind of like, dang, where does he fit into the mix? You know what I mean? But I know he's from outer space, he's not from Earth. So I threw him in there with Star-Lord. You know what I mean? And I threw Star-Lord in with whatchamacallit. I threw Star-Lord in there with Ghost Rider just because Ghost Rider is the only one that's so random to me. I don't know what to think about it. So I was like, man, Star-Lord, you go in there because I don't think you mess with Spider-Man, Doctor Doom, the Avengers, and the X-Men team is already taken up. It's the only place that you belong. So you know what I mean? We got Star-Lord with Ghost Rider, which sounds kind of random. So it was real quick. Let me double check this before okay. Before I talk about that, I'll drop this one on y'all. Because I was like, Ghost Rider is so left field for everything, right? But here was the thing when I talked about Ghost Rider, and you know, I was like, you know, let Ghost Rider go Swayze on him. And then I talked about how Ghost Rider also was one time he was like a Herald of Galactus. Now here's the interesting part about Ghost Rider. See, I knew this, but I didn't know this part of this. Cosmic Ghost Rider. This is when he was like riding around outer space with a space Harley looking like Lobo, but he, you know what I mean. He had this Mr. Freeze helmet to keep his skull, his space skull intact and all that. You know. Here's the thing about Cosmic Ghost Rider. Cosmic Ghost Rider is if the Punisher turned into Ghost Rider. See here, you know, and I don't know which Ghost Rider this is, because like I said, there's been a lot of them, and it depends on storylines and this, that, and the other. But either way, this is Cosmic Ghost Rider, and that, you know, he's not wearing the Mr. Freeze helmet, so it may not be the Cosmic Ghost Rider. Could just be another one that's just some other dude who is from Earth. But Ghost Rider does have ties to space, you know, and it gets more interesting. Now I don't know if that's the Ghost Rider Punisher. It could be. It could be with the car. Like check me out. Ghost Rider with the car, right? And I talked about, I was like, oh wait, he don't have the motorcycle? What are we doing? He don't have the motorcycle. Like when I was like that. Now, the first Punisher movie, the best Punisher movie, you know, the one that came out way back in the day, they had Buddy play him. And he had to fight one buddy, some Russian dude, and it took forever. Punisher 2004. Yeah, you try to get a picture of a car and Punisher all together, you're gonna end up with a whole lot of results. Now here's the thing. You know what I'm about to do? I'm not even gonna check it. So this may or may not be Cosmic Ghost Rider, but he does drive a car. And Ghost Rider is always known for his motorcycle. I don't know how many Punishers you're familiar with, because I know everybody knows what's his name? What's his name that plays Ghost Rider now on Netflix? And you know what I mean? But the original, maybe not even the original, because I think the original was like Dolph Lundgren back in the 1980s. But I'm talking about the 2004 Punisher movie where they had one buddy play him. Look at his car. That's the car. That's Swayze. He bulletproofed it up. He threw in all the armor plating. He turned it into a little, you know, death race machine, and he went up and he hunted down the mob. I think it was John Travolta, but he hunted down the mob. He wasn't playing no games in that movie. That movie is so good. I own it on DVD, I believe. I believe I still got that one on DVD. You know what I mean? Before I was getting Blu-rays. But if we got Ghost Rider and Tokon, who's tail whipping people with a car instead of a motorcycle, there's a good chance that that's Punisher Ghost Rider. And if that's Punisher Ghost Rider, that's a good chance that that's Cosmic Ghost Rider. And if that's Cosmic Ghost Rider, he absolutely belongs in outer space with Star-Lord and Gladiator. You see what I'm saying? It's coming together a little bit, right? You know, Wanda, I just kind of threw her in there with the bad guy because she's something like a bad guy, and you know what I mean. Even though she got tossed in that trailer, they did her dirty like that. I mean, why wouldn't they just make her a character? You know what I mean? Like, first impressions. I'll think about the Olsen. You know what I'm saying? I'll think about the Olsen girl. She bad with it. You know what I mean? Instead of thinking about Wanda getting tossed like that in the beginning of the trailer, how dare they do that to her? Just throw her. You know what I mean? Good character, bad character. You know. I always think of Magneto as a bad character, as opposed to, like, you know what I mean, like, oh, he's bad but he's kind of good, he's bad for a good, like whatever. Like, people try to give him too much leeway. I don't care. Like, I don't think he's bad, like, oh my god, he's so vile, but you know what I mean, he's a bad guy. And I think Wanda's like a bad chick, you know. So I'll just throw her in there because if Doctor Doom is gonna be team villain, we got to figure out who the villains are going to be and where they're going to be, how they're going to be, all that good stuff, you know. So that answers those two characters that we get in there. Now, like I said, when we talked about this guy, they said he was from what storyline? Notoriously? Galactic Storm. Galactic Storm, meaning galactic, like space. And then Storm, you know, like the X-Men leader. So I was like, ooh, dang, they hit us with it and we didn't even know. They hit us with it and we didn't even know. Like, they threw the hint. They threw the hint hard. They were like, Storm with Shi'ar Empire character nobody knows. What is the Shi'ar Empire? And now it was like, oh, I was talking about the MCU that needs to do the space stuff. Now I'm like, they failed phase 4. I don't even know if they're doing phase 5. I don't even care. You know what I mean? I don't mind what they're doing, but it is all about execution. And in the MCU, they did not, you know what I mean? They didn't do it any justice. And now I'm like, oh, they're gonna do it with the video game, because working with online made-up characters is so much easier. Working with cartoon characters is so much easier. I already talked about all the VTubers that they just roll out of bed, they don't brush their teeth, they don't take a shower, and then they go streaming for 15 hours, and then they go back to sleep, and you don't ever know that they look bummy. You know what I'm saying? I already talked about the VTubers. Like, working with cartoons is so much easier than it is with people like Sly Stallone and Michelle Yeoh, and trying to get them for a trilogy in order to try to figure out the Fantastic Four, even though I broke it down to you. You didn't listen to me. How'd that work out for you? In order to get to the Cyclops, in order to get to the X-Men, in order to, you know what I'm saying? They didn't do the space stuff like I told them. Galactic Storm. Storm, Shi'ar. I was like, okay, Gladiator. He's from outer space. He's not from Earth. And now we got this. I don't know who this is character, right? Nobody knows who this is character. Everybody says he's Adam Warlock, and I'm like, maybe, but I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't. It could be anybody. So now that I'm sitting over here and I'm like, oh dang, we got Cosmic Ghost Rider, maybe, perhaps, but I'm not certain, I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think it's coming back this time. Oh, you coming back? You blinking and winking on me. Look at you blinking and winking on me. How dare you? So I'm like, this is Cosmic Ghost Rider, and we're dealing with Professor Xavier falling in love in outer space. And now I did a little bit of research, you know. I turned into Candace Owens and I did a little bit of research. I told you, don't put me in a position. I gotta be better than you at your own job. Don't tell me. Don't put me in that position. Don't put me in that position. I gotta be better than you at your own job. You know what I mean? The MCU didn't listen to me. They failed. Now look at them. They're trying to do it with video games. You see what I'm saying? Y'all gonna learn to listen. Y'all gonna learn to listen. Check me out. So nobody knows who this character is. I'll tell you who this character is. You know, let me do a little bit more reading before. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So check this out. Because we already had the Scarlet Witch, I asked a question, and you know, the internet may or may not have lied to me, but the answer that they gave me was this. Yes, Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, was involved in Marvel Comics' Galactic Storm event. This event is a part of the crossover storyline Operation Galactic Storm, which ran from March to May 1992. I'm so old, but I look so, you know what I mean? Old head got one on you youngsters, right? It features the Avengers intervening in an intergalactic war between the Kree and the Shi'ar empires. Now, Danger is the last living piece of technology from the Shi'ar empire in this game already. We know this. And the Kree, you may or may not remember, is from the Ms. Marvel movie, and we already got a Ms. Marvel in this game. Now, there's like, I don't know how many Ms. Marvels that exist in the comic books. There might be 5, there might be 15, but I don't know how many we're going to get. DLC, we can get all 15 of them, who cares? But just regular starting lineup, only 20 characters, we're only getting one, and we already got one. You see what I'm saying? But the Kree are from the Ms. Marvel movie, if you remember the Ms. Marvel movie. You know what I mean? Like the main bad guy in that movie was like that one dude who was in Sherlock Holmes with Iron Man. I forget their names. But you know what I'm saying, that guy. Like, he was one of the Kree. Ms. Marvel was one of the Kree before she became Ms. Marvel. Like that whole suit, she was wearing green before she was wearing the red, yellow, and blue. The green, that's the Kree. Shi'ar, we got Danger, and I already told you about it, Professor Xavier eating grapes with the love of his life, right? And Scarlet Witch plays a significant role in this conflict. That's why I was saying I can't believe they did her dirty like that, because I think she is a character in here. It's not a good first look for her in the video game, so I'm sure once they show her character, they're gonna be like, all right, look, she's Scarlet Witch. She did her thing. She's Scarlet Witch in Doctor Doom 2 or Doctor Strange 2. Look at her going from Doctor Strange to Doctor Doom. Like that's where she belongs. So this guy right here, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna go ahead and try to say like he belongs over here, because obviously he's not on team with this guy, because he's already holding him and beating him up. So if he's already holding him and beating him up, and Ghost Rider is something like a good guy, and Star-Lord is something like a good guy, this guy is something like a good guy, he'll beat anybody up. You know what I'm saying? For Lalandra and them. And then this guy is beating him up. So he can't be on the same team as him. He's got to be somewhere else. And now I'm all about, you know, I didn't even look up the other story because I didn't need to, because they dropped Storm on us. They dropped Storm. They dropped, you know, Cyber Girl, and I was just like, bet this is where they're going. You know what I mean? Who is this guy? I'll show you who this guy is. You know what I mean? You already saw his hands. You already saw his hands. I'm not spoiling nothing. I'm not spoiling nothing. You know what I mean? The industry can't find a job for me. The industry can't find a job for me, so I must not be worth it. I'm not spoiling nothing. We already saw his hands. I figured it out. That means you could have too. That means you could have too. You know what I'm saying? That's who this is. You saw his hand. You saw his hand. Go back and look at his hand. Now go back and look at this. You know what I mean? This guy right here. I don't know what his name is. His name is one of two things. Or it could be both things. Let me see. It's either Ultimus and or Demon Druid. Demon Druid. Demon Druid or Ultimus. Demon Druid might just be his name, and then Ultimus might be like who he is when he puts on the purple suit with the stars, with the gauntlets and all them. That's who this is. He's from the Galactic Storm. You know what I mean? Like, he's one of them. He's the only one I picked out from there just because he matched the hand. You know what I mean? I was looking at I was looking at everybody's wrist. I said, what you wearing? What you wearing? You got the rollie on? Like, I was looking at everybody's wrist. I was peeping everybody out like that. And, psh, yo. Got him. So check me out. I was like, alright. At this point, I was like, I'm on a roll. Look at me, I'm on a roll. I used to be an honor roll student. Now I'm just regular honor roll. So check it out. That leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 characters still. 6 characters still. Now, I wonder if I should just do this. Oh, and by the way, like, just because I figured out this character, here's the thing. Like, it might seem random, but if they're going with the mollywop picks of Magic and Danger, then it's like I'm, you know, they're talking about Shi'ar Empire all up in your face. You know, they got Ghost Rider in here randomly with a car randomly. I'm like, there's some space stuff going on here. So I think because the MCU didn't listen to me, now, you know what I mean? They're like, okay, we're going to do it with the video games. Now it's going to be a whole lot easier than trying to get actors for 10 years to pull off a trilogy. We'll just make a really cool game and we'll start introducing people to the space stuff. We're going to try to listen to Mr. Drew. We already messed up. With the Fantastic Four. We should have listened to him, but we didn't do it. You know what I mean? So that's Ultimus. Let me just... And I think it's cool. Marvel, Tokon, I think it's cool that y'all are doing this. Like, I really like it. I mean, what better way to really introduce some really obscure characters than to put them in a really fun video game, especially coming off of the coattails of, you know, Marvel Rivals and stuff like that, where, you know, I'm pretty sure I'm not familiar with every character on Marvel Rivals. I might be, who knows, but you know what I mean. But here's the thing, so we got 6 more characters. We got 6 more characters to figure out. I'm certain of one. I didn't even do all of the research, but I'm kind of certain of one, you know. So now I'm just pulling. Now I'm just pulling things out of thin air, and you're gonna be like, "Wait, what?" And I'm just gonna be like, you know, "Hush, little baby, don't say a word." Like you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna start singing to you, like. I wonder if that's the one I want to use. Is there another one? Yeah, that might be the one. Yeah, he looks hard in this picture. I'm gonna let this one ride. Like, what'd he say? See, now I'm just pulling at thin air, but you know what I mean, within reason. You know, I'll pull a face that we're all familiar with, that we all know and love. You know. Here's the thing. Thor is another one, like, you know, just like in the MCU, he went into outer space with the Guardians and all that. He did all that stuff in outer space. You know, he did his thing. Like, Thor's another one that's like a interstellar space traveler. Like, he does all that stuff. You know, he's an Avenger we all know and love. So it's like, okay, straight up, like, I don't know what team he would go on, but he could go on the Avengers team. He could go on Team Space. On Team Space may or may not be a hero, but I feel like he's a hero. Like, I don't feel like Thor's ever not a hero. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's a story or two that, you know what I mean, some you know, real big comic book nerd could be like, no, he was really bad, and this was like, oh, I got you, I hear you. But at the end of the day, 99.99% of the time, Thor is a hero. Throw him in the hero, you know what I mean, in there. Now, why am I saying Thor? So, I just did a little bit of, you know what I mean, did a little bit of research, did a little bit of digging. Check me out. I was like, what is Operation Galactic Storm? I'm like, what is it? Check it out. Galactic Storm event is a 19-part comic book crossover, kind of like how I'm working on the comic book right now, and I'm like, maybe it'll probably hopefully only be like 10 chapters, but it's whatever. This one is 19 parts, meaning it's a 19 chapter story. 19-part comic book crossover storyline that, oh, and one of them was a double chapter, so it's kind of like 20 chapters. The last one was like a double chapter. They were like, you know what, we're gonna give them the boom bap pow with the last one, you know what I mean. 19-part comic book crossover storyline that ran through Marvel Comics Avengers related titles between March and May of 1992. I was 4 years old. I'm so old, but I look. It involves the Avengers intervening in an intergalactic war between the alien Kree and Shi'ar empires. That means that the Kree and the Shi'ar are fighting, and Professor Xavier may or may not already be in love with who may or may not be Lilandra, who is being protected by Gladiator. You see what I'm saying? Reigniting the long-standing antagonism between Captain America and Iron Man. Dun dun dun. So now immediately, I'm like, oh snap. Civil War? I was like, oh snap. Civil War? I was like, oh no, we don't know who's going where. We know Cap is one of the leaders. We know Cap is one of the leaders. And we know Iron Man is not one of the leaders according to branding if we're following this, which you may or may not want to follow that. Who knows? But I'm going to. And then including in the original promotional product, they put Cap against Iron Man like it's Civil War, but we're not doing Civil War. We're doing Galactic War. Galactic Storm War. So it's like, oh dang, like I don't even know if he goes there no more. Like I was like, he's an Avenger, he for sure goes there, even though they marketed them against each other, even though it's not Civil War, but we don't know why they're you know what I mean? We know that they fought in the movies, but we don't know what they're gonna be doing. But it's like, man, I don't even know if he goes there. And it's like, man, I would really want to put Spider-Man there with Captain America because they're all like, you know what I'm saying? Like Avengers together and stuff, but Spider-Man is a leader of his own team, so it's like, dang, would Iron Man let Spider-Man be his leader? Nah, right? Right? You can't put him here with the X-Men. He's not an X-Men. He ain't got no superpowers. Dang. Would Iron Man in his Gundam suit go with the may or may not be heroes? I don't know. But if he's facing off against Cap, no Cap, wouldn't he be something like a bad guy? That like something like a Scarlet Witch might be something like a bad guy? That something like, you know what I mean, Ultimus, that might be his name. His name is Demon Druid, perhaps, maybe. And we know that he was cool with Scarlet Witch. I'm pretty sure. Or no. I forget. I forget at this point. I'm trying to think. Whose side was Scarlet Witch on in Civil War? Yeah, because Vision was on sides with Scarlet Witch. And Vision cut off Captain America from getting to the thing. So Scarlet Witch must have been against Cap. So yeah. Reigniting the long-standing antagonism between Captain America and Iron Man. So it's like, dang, did Doom take the leadership position? Because we all know who's playing Doom next. Iron Man is playing Doom. The MCU, it's all linked. It's all linked. It's all happening. Like, they didn't listen to me, and now they're trying to listen to me, but they also trying to do their own thing. And I don't know what they're doing, but you know what I'm saying? I think it's really cool as far as this video game goes. I think it's really cool. You know what I mean? When I read that, I was like, oh, dang, they fighting each other again. Like, they doing it. The storyline was devised by Mark Grunwald. Bob, you know, there's a whole lot in there. Bob, Fabian, each with individual issue written, like, because it was 19 of them, so they had a whole lot of people working on it. By regular creative teams. Yep. The event is notable for its impact, blah blah blah. Alien empires, outer space stuff, like I was talking, like what they needed to do in order to bring in the Fantastic Four, in order to bring in the X-Men into the MCU. Cyclops comes from outer space, but people don't ever talk about that part. With the Shi'ar annexing the Kree Empire. I don't know what annexing means. with the Shi'ar annexing the Kree Empire. What does annexing mean? Annex. Append or add as an extra or subordinate part, especially to a document. Add territory to one's own territory by appropriation. Okay, so the Shi'ar with the Shi'ar annexing the Kree Empire. So that's crazy. The Shi'ar annexing the Kree Empire, meaning the Shi'ar was, you know what I mean, they took their power, took their girl. They're like, yo, we got a new suit. But that was Shi'ar doing it to Kree. But right now we know that danger is the last surviving technology, almost making it seem like the Shi'ar lost. So it's like a different story. It's the same story, but it's different, maybe, perhaps, and we're not sure. You know what I mean? With the Kree. Now, who's the Kree? You know? Because we know Ms. Marvel is Kree, and we still got 2 spots over here. Let's go ahead and throw Thor over there. You know what I mean? So we got 2 Robert Downey Jr.'s on one team. You know what I mean? Poor Elizabeth Olsen can't get away from the twins, yo. You know what I'm saying? And then Ultimus is in there just like, yo, I got the rollie on. Like, the overarching plotline begins with the kidnapping of Rick Jones by Shi'ar agents and the discovery of the conflict between the Kree and the Shi'ar empires. The Avengers gather to intervene in the attempt to ensure the safety of Earth's solar system. The event includes the division of Avengers into 3 teams to deal with the threat, with one team remaining on Earth, another journeying to the Shi'ar Empire, and the third to the Kree Empire. So you know what I mean? The Avengers split up into 3. They're like, yo, we're gonna powwow this whole thing. You know what I mean? So that's what's interesting, because I'm like, okay, this is why I like Thor with Cap, because Thor is the intergalactic traveling dude. And Cap, you know what I mean, would need somebody on his side that knows the intergalactic traveling stuff. And now this is why I like Storm, you know, because Storm can like battle with Thor. Like, that's always a fun fight for them to have. So it's like, man, they, you know, Storm and Thor, they can kind of go back and forth. You know, Star-Lord, Ghost Rider, especially if it's cosmic Ghost Rider traveling out in outer space, and then Ultimus being out there with, you know what I mean, the twins, Iron Man and Doom. It's like, maybe, perhaps. But either way, I was like, oh man, there's so much going on, and I love it. And I love it. The storyline concludes with the Avengers hunting down the Supreme Intelligence for his crimes, and the Shi'ar occupying the former Kree Empire. Dang, so Shi'ar got it. Shi'ar got it. They went to go annex them, and then they got it in the end. That's crazy. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It sounds violent. It sounds violent. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy though. So yeah. Now you're probably like, okay, that's good and all, but why do you think Thor is in the story? Because I was like, oh well, it was like those 19 issues, right? So they wrote 19 issues, and I could be wrong about this. You know what I mean? I'm just having fun here. I cannonball. I did 1 cannonball. I said, man, I'm down to do 2. So check me out. So looking up Galactic Storm and the 19 issues that it is. No, let's go ahead and do it this way. Check me out. I did say spoiler alert at the beginning, didn't I? So, you know what I mean? I'm a green werewolf. Like, Operation Galactic Storm, you can see. I drew a little bit of pictures on there. Look at me, nerd alert, nerd alert. Like, Captain America issues. Alright, we already know about Cap. And then we got Iron Man issues, and we know that there's like a wedge driven between them, so I'm down to put them on different teams. And it's like, alright, like, I'm feeling this one kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's something like a bad guy sometimes. So, you know, but again, he could also be over here with Ghost Rider. He could be like, you know what I'm saying, like Punisher and them, but I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like, if it was Thor that was up for debate, I'd be like, yeah, Thor would probably be over here with like Star-Lord and them, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't think so. I think Cap needs a space traveler with him. But yeah. Thor issues over here and issues over here. I ain't look up none of these issues. I would have if I had more time, but you know what I mean. I didn't have more time. So I was like, okay, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, like all the names that we know and love. We got Storm and Wolverine, all the names we know and love. We got Spider-Man in the joint. Like, we all love Spider-Man. Don't nobody not love Spider-Man. And then we got a Ms. Marvel. We got some space stuff going on. I love it. I love it. So this is why. Cap got his own issues. Iron Man got his own issues. Thor got his own issues. Now here's the thing. This is what's interesting. And I didn't look up these parts. And I should have. You know, I'm almost certain that Wonder Man is a show that just got released, right? I'm pretty sure they just started releasing Wonder Man episodes. So Wonder Man may or may not be in there. And if the TV show is anything to go off of, if I remember the commercial properly, because I don't have Disney Plus, you know what I mean? I can't afford it. Y'all don't support me enough. You're not hitting a follow. You're not hitting a like. You're not hitting a subscribe. You're not buying the merch. You're not, you know what I mean, joining the Patreon. Gmr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Y'all ain't doing that. You know what I mean? Y'all doing all the bad stuff. Y'all think that y'all just sitting there complacent. It's just you being complacent and neutral. It's not. It's you being bad. You know what I mean? Do all that good stuff. I think Wonder Man's powers is purple. And if you go by the trailer to the video game, there's all this purple stuff happening. Purple energy taking over the earth. Purple energy here. Purple lightning. Purple, purple, purple. So it's like, man, I'm really wondering if Wonder Man is in here. Now here's the thing. I didn't look up this part, so I'm just gonna find out what Wonder Man is if it's not, you know what I mean, the actor guy that plays him. Who is Wonder Man? If he's a loaf of Wonder Bread, I swear. Oh, is that him? Yeah, he was in the pictures that I was looking at. That's him. Yo, check me out. Check me out. Look who our boy Ultimus is in there. Look, he in there. He's like, yo, look at me, I'm in here. He's like Wolverine with the girls. He's like, yo, we not matching on this team over here, but we trying to do that though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's so cool. And then you got Thor over here. And then I believe on this side you got Wonder Man. You know, so Thor, Wonder Man, and this guy. They look to be like they're on different teams. And it's like this guy, Ultimus, is already on his own. And Thor is already over here. And enemy guy is over here. So I'm over here wondering, I'm like, Wonder Man, he might be elsewhere. This is what Wonder Man look like? I didn't know that was Wonder Man. But he looks to be like he's on a different team than the other ones. I would think Wonder Man. Yeah, see, there's the actor guy as him. See, looks like he was a superhero that lacked the melanin, but they got a guy with melanin to play him. I'm trying to see if there's a comic book picture of him that looks like he may have melanin in order to, you know what I mean, be a little bit more current with the times. I think this picture might do it. Let me see. You know what I mean, with the purple powers and all that. Now if we over here with it, and we over here with it, and then I'll pull this up for y'all. Look at me. Wonder Man. I wonder where man's goes. If I had to guess, if he's not on the side with Ultimus, and he's not on the side with Thor, like he could be over here with the may or may not be good guys. You know what I mean? He could be over here with the may or may not be good guys. But you know, this team is lacking. This team is lacking. You know, if we got Spider-Man leading Ms. Marvel out here, I was like, you know, as long as he's not on teams with Thor and teams with Ultimus, he can pretty much go on any team, and Team X-Men is already taken up. So it's like, it only leaves these two teams, and like I said, we already got Elizabeth Olsen, who can't get away from the twins. This feels right, you know what I mean? Something like Bad Guys, when Iron Man goes bad, you know, you might have a Wonder Man. So, and I love it. I love it. Look at them introducing more purple to us. They're introducing Gladiator, Ultimus, Wonder Man. We're getting a whole lot of purple. I love it. I love it. Now here's the thing. Let me see what else do we got? Oh yeah, I didn't even look up the rest of this. Like I saw Wonder Man and I was like, alright, I don't need to think about it no more. I saw Avengers East and West, or Avengers and then Avengers West. I remember that. You know what I mean? In the days in the comics and all that other stuff. That just like the X-Men split up blue and gold, the Avengers split up, they got the East and West. You know, all that good stuff. Everybody was talking about it back when the Civil War movie happened, and they were like, oh, they're gonna split up for good. You know, and then Thanos came in and said, nah, we can't split up. We can't afford it. So yeah, now what do we got? 4 more spots. 4 more spots open. Now there's Avengers and Avengers West. There's a whole lot of Avengers going on. Now, before I was talking about why did they pick Magic. I mean, she's Blue Steel. She's so hot right now. Of course they would. And why did they make this Shi'ar character a girl? They got Wolverine with three girls, and it's cool. But just like Storm was a hint that we didn't pick up on, and just like nobody wanted to believe Wanda was in the store just because she got mollywopped by somebody, and people were just ignoring the fact that they gave us the Dragon Knight character. And it's like everyone's ignoring the fact that Ghost Rider is with a car instead of his motorcycle. And then I figured out whose role he was in the trailer. I was like, okay, you know what I mean? We got this. I didn't even look up the Quasar thing. I'm gonna look up Quasar right now. I want to see. I want to see. You know, doing it live. I'm doing it live. This is the Andrew Goloszewski experience. Marvel Quasar, right? Because that's like an actual word, right? Like Michio Kaku probably says that word or something. Marvel Quasar. Oh damn! Look at him! Look at him! He's a space hero. He's a space hero. That's what he looks like. Oh, and he's fighting him. He's fighting him. That means he can't be on his team. Okay. Okay, wait, let me see. Let me see if he's in here. Let me see if he's in here. I'm looking at that Thor, you know, a better picture of that Thor comic. Quasar. Thor comic. So he's not going to be on teams with them. No. Red. Yeah, that may or may not be him. That may or may not be him. And here's the thing. Damn, why am I looking at a picture of a girl? This is the thing. Me talking about them putting Wolverine in with a bunch of girls. Like, that's what I mean when it's about execution. You can make all the female versions of characters that you can. Like, for instance, Magic is Colossus' sister. So if you have the X-Men and Colossus is one of the OGs that you think about, putting his sister in is kind of like being like, we're gonna put in like a female Colossus, but it's actually his sister and she more bad. And you're like, oh, okay, like, say less. Like, that's an easy pick. But then making the robot girl like a, you know what I mean, like, it's a robot, but, you know, making it something that's like a female character, it's like, okay, like, I'm not mad at it. I mean, if you're gonna make it up, might as well be a, you know what I mean. We need more super heroines out there. Oh, he's riding with Star-Lord out there. Wait, but he's fighting him, right? Yeah, he can't. Trying to like match outfits over here, or trying to see something. Trying to find a logo on someone, on one of the dude's chests. You know, I'm trying to figure out something real quick to see if Quasar has anything to do with anything. Trying to see if he's like friends with Thor or not. You know what I mean? Let me see if there's any like information. Like I said, I didn't look this stuff up. So, what do they got about him? The first character that appeared is Marvel Boy in Captain America da 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 da. So he started off as Marvel Boy. Huh. Guest appearance of Captain America, The Incredible Hulk, Marvel 2-in-1, The Avengers. He was revamped as Quasar. Origin. I was born da 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 da. He's from Earth. He's from Wisconsin. Graduated from Shield Academy. Da 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 da. Okay, so Shield, Marvel. Okay. He's fighting a purple dude and a fire dude there. Let me see. I'm trying to see. Like, the only person I can see him fighting with is the Gladiator. The Gladiator just fought everybody. He said these hands is for everybody. Anyone and everyone can catch these hands. Oh, there he is. There he is. Check this out. It doesn't say if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'll screen grab this one for y'all. You know what I mean? Because I don't know nothing about Quasar, but I do know this. But I do know this now. Quasar riding with the Punisher for the quantum punishment. With the quantum punishment. You know what I'm saying? Quasar ride with the Punisher. Quasar ride with the Punisher. Look at him. Now that's funny because in the other picture he's fighting this guy. So man, that's crazy to sit there and think that maybe he may or may not be. I feel like I'm trying to see if there's a female version of him, because I feel like they would probably make Quasar, you know, since he's like a lesser. Oh, is that a dude? Oh, that's a dude. It looked like a chick though, in that drawing. Yeah, they don't have him as a chick anywhere. You know what I mean? He just might be another buff dude out there, out in space. Okay. Alright. So this is how I do it. Got that in. Oh dang. Man, that face is booty. Hold on. Get a good picture of this dude. Dang, he's posing like Magneto here too. You know, so if we don't get a Magneto in this game, he's posing, he's doing the Magneto pose. He's doing the Magneto pose. You know what I mean? In this picture that I just grabbed over here. See, you can't see, but you can kind of see that his arms are up in this picture. So that's what's weird. He rides with the Ghost Man, but he doesn't. But he was fighting this guy. So now I'm over here. I'm like, all right, as long as this guy. Like I just threw him over here because he was from outer space, and we were early. And we were early in trying to decide things. But he just can't be with this guy, with Ultimus, because him and Ultimus, they don't get along, obviously, right? So he might be over here. You know what I mean? If Cap is against Iron Man, Ultimus is against him, like that kind of makes sense. And that might put him here, because he ride with the Punisher. You know what I mean? Quantum punishment. Cosmic Punisher. You know what I mean? That's a 2-for-1 right there. That's a 2-for-1 Punisher. That is the Punisher Ghost Rider. And I love it. I love it. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. Alright, so we got 3 left. Quasar. So here was the thing. So we got 2 different Avengers teams, right? And one of them, the roster's already full. Unless we go with like the Spider-Man, Miss Marvel thing over here, we got 1 spot. And then we got the Cap team, we got 1 spot. And now obviously we got a spot over here, but this ain't Avengers related in the least. You know what I mean? So I'm not worried about this spot. When it comes to the Avengers, and it comes with everything we know and love, and everything that we got going on, you know? everything we know and love. Like, you got to get Hulk in there. And I know people were talking about Hulk, and everybody says Hulk, but just like they turn Colossus into magic, and just like they turn the Danger Room into a hot chick, like, and just like, well, yeah, we'll just I'll just go ahead and just, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna do it. Like, we're not gonna get the Hulk. Because while I was doing my research, while I was looking around, let me see if I got this picture in there. Yeah, so this kind of has some of the stuff that I was reading in it. So, Marvel Galactic Storm Team Avengers West. The Avengers West Coast team in the Operation Galactic Storm storyline includes members such as Hawkeye, Mockingbird, She-Hulk, Falcon, Hank Pym, Wasp, and Spider-Woman. So we're not going to get the Hulk, but we will get the She-Hulk. Bet. Bet. You know what I mean? It's not what you do, it's how you do it, and this game sounds like a whole lot of fun. You introducing a whole lot of people to a whole lot of stuff. You blinking and winking on me? What are we doing? Alright. Now, where's she gonna go? I mean, they said that she was on. Now that's funny because they said West Coast, but again, with the story, I don't think the story is gonna be like tied. If anything, the story is gonna be the opposite. They said she was West Coast. She was West Coast of Avengers with I don't believe Cap went West Coast Avengers. I believe Cap was regular Avengers, and I think maybe Tony Stark or Iron Man went West Coast Avengers. I could be wrong about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they give us She-Hulk, and then she's probably over here. She's probably over here with them. You got like a powerhouse team right there, up top. Now she could be here. She could be here. This could be her all day. You know what I mean? And maybe that's a little bit more balanced, you know, with Spider-Man. But who knows? Cause like everyone here is powerful, right? But I figured I'd probably save some stuff, right? So they are tasked with remaining on Earth to protect the planet from the war destabilizing effects on the sun. The team's actions are crucial in preventing war from escalating and ensuring the safety of Earth's solar system. So yeah, you know what I mean. Oh yeah, let me check this out. The Thor team in Operation Galactic storyline includes Thor, Captain America, and other key characters from the Avengers team. Thor, played by Eric Masterson, is the member of the Thor Corps and is known for his hammer and Mjolnir. Captain America, played by Clint Barton, is the leader of the team Oh wow, so that could be, well, could that be Clint Barton, Captain America? Just like Ghost Rider is the Punisher. Could Clint Barton, could Hawkeye be playing Captain America in this one? That's crazy. He's the leader of the team and is also a part of the Thor Corps. So it kind of makes sense to put Thor with Captain America. And the team mission involved protecting Earth from the Kree and the Shi'ar Empire conflict, which threatens the planet's stability. Which also was what, you know what I mean, She-Hulk was doing. Let me see what else. What else do I have here? Team Avengers West Coast, yep. And I mean, if She-Hulk is there, that team is full. So we just need a Spider-Man and a something like a good guy, something like a bad guy. That was that all of the research I did? Hold on. Operation Galactic Storm is a significant 19-part crossover storyline in Marvel Comics that ran from March to May 1992, involving the Avengers and the intergalactic conflict between the Kree and the Shi'ar empires. Yeah. Overview. Operation Galactic Storm is a crossover event that spans several Marvel titles, including the Avengers, Avengers West Coast, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Wonder Man, and Quasar. So, the only thing I'm wondering is if Thor and Captain America would be on the same team. If they got their own thing. And the only place that puts Thor, if he's not with Captain America, but he can't be with like Wonder Man or Iron Man, would be here. You see what I mean? Which then puts these guys here. Maybe, perhaps. I'm not sure. You know? Because I don't know how much Thor is something like a good guy, something like a bad guy, as much as he's just like, you know, but he could be on just different teams. Oh, really? Really? So yeah, I'm just not sure. Just not sure yet. Key plot points. The Avengers intervene in the war, Kree Shi'ar, Storyline is notable for exploring the long-standing tensions between Captain America, Iron Man, as well as the broader implications of Marvel's cosmic landscape, which I think is the whole point. Introduce us to more space stuff. The Avengers are divided into 3 teams. One remains on Earth. The other 2 are sent elsewhere. Consequences. The storyline culminates in the significant repercussions of both the Kree and the Shi'ar empires, including the use of a bomb that I'm not going to name what they called it. A negative bomb. We'll call it a negative bomb. a weapon of mass destruction which leaves devastating consequences for the Kree. Significance: Operation Galactic Storm serves as a sequel to the earlier Kree Skrull War. Kind of remember that one. Storyline, and is pivotal in shaping the dynamics of the Marvel Universe. Cosmic entities, which again I think is the whole point of this, is what I told the MCU to do, but they didn't want to do it. It highlights the Avengers' role as peacekeepers in the intergalactic conflicts and sets the stage for future storylines involving Kree and Shi'ar. The storyline is not only a critical part of the Marvel's comic history, but also reflects the complexities of war, diplomacy, and the moral dilemmas faced by superheroes in the face of cosmic threats. For fans of Marvel Comics, Operation Galactic Storm remains a landmark event and showcases the depth and breadth of the Marvel Universe. Dang, so I don't have no more. Dude. There we go. I was gonna say, I know I had more information because there was some stuff going on that I didn't know something about. The West Coast Avengers are a fictional superhero team. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? Get back over here. Get back here. Blinking and winking on me? What are we doing? You just playing with me. Look at me reading. Look at me reading stuff. The West Coast Avengers are a fictional superhero team that originated from the main Avengers team. Key members include Hawkeye, Mockingbird, a former member of the New Team Brigade, and a key recruit to the West Coast Avengers. So that could be like, you know, Mockingbird might be a chick character, and it could fit in with Spider-Man's team over there or something like that. Iron Man team already taken up. I don't know. Tigra, a member of the team whose complex relationship with Hawkeye. Oh, so that's Hawkeye's girl. And this was the part that was interesting. I was like, did I screenshot that one or no? Prepare yourselves. Gwenpool, a member who has been a part of the team since the inception. The team was created to address threats on the West Coast and is featured. As soon as I heard Gwenpool, I said, oh, she's in the game. I said, Gwenpool's in the game. They're, you know what I mean? If they're giving us She-Hulk instead of the Hulk, if they're giving us Magic instead of Colossus, if they turned the Danger Room into a Danger Girl, you know what I mean? Like, when I read Gwenpool, I said, it's over. It's over. It's over. Gwenpool is like dinosaurs to other people. Like what dinosaurs is to me, that's what Gwenpool is to other people. Is she in Marvel Rivals? Gwenpool? Is Gwenpool there? Cause I know she's like the one with the shark, right? And I know the shark is there, but I don't know if Gwenpool is there. Spider-Gwen is there. And that's the thing. That's why I was like, you know what I mean, holding out that one spot, because I know everybody likes Shark Dude. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's cool, but it's also just like he's just a shark with, you know, with like hands and feet. You know what I mean? I'm all about the street shark, so I'm not gonna hate on it too hard. So I don't know if Gwenpool is in there. I just know she's mega popular. Invisible Woman looking like Gwenpool. Spider-Gwen. So yeah, I'll just I'll just grab the picture, and you know what I mean. Yeah, as soon as I heard Gwenpool, I said, oh, she's definitely in the game. There's no way she's not in the game. Like, if I may not be certain about Thor, if I may not be certain about She-Hulk, even though I'm kind of certain about She-Hulk, if I'm not certain about Wonder Man, even though the purple powers in the trailer kind of, you know what I mean? If I'm not certain about Quasar, just because, you know what I mean, he's way left field, but we going way left field with this one. Like, even if I'm not that certain about some of these characters, there's one character I'm definitely certain about. I was like, if I don't fill up this roster by the time I get to this, then you know what I'm saying? She might be DLC, and I would have brought her up anyways. But yeah, Gwenpool. You got Gwen Stacy, Spider-Gwen, Deadpool combination. Deadpool notoriously worked with Spider-Man, one of those crossover comics I always talk about because I never read it. Deadpool, everyone's favorite, Merc with a mouth, but this time it's Spider-Gwen and it's a girl, and we turning everyone into girls, and it just depends on how you do it, and that's all that it is. Yeah, 100%. 100%. She's in here. Which is like, okay, we got one more spot for, you know, a space person who may or may not be, you know, who may or may not be. And I'm just like, that's got to be like a funky character. You know what I mean? They got to take us. They got to take us to like Funky Town to figure that one out. So we got Quasar, Wonder Man, did it. Avengers, did it. Like, it's got to be a funky space person. So, and you know, this Andrew Goloszewski experience, I do it live, yo. Check me out. Chandelar. I knew I was missing something. The Shi'ar homeworld. She's Shi'ar technology. What happens if I just look up Chandelar? If it gives me a list of characters. Chandelar is the throne world of the Shi'ar Empire, an artificial planet central to the Shi'ar civilization in the Marvel Comics. Okay. Okay. We know they're at war, right? What does it say? Overview. Chandelar serves as the throne world Shi'ar Empire, the ruling seat of power for the advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Originally, the Shi'ar inhabited the planet called Eri, but they later moved to Chandelar, which is an artificially constructed planet designed to serve as the political and cultural center of their empire. Sounds something like the Danger Room almost, maybe, perhaps, I'm not sure. Connection to the Shi'ar. The Shi'ar are an avian-descended humanoid race known for their military... That's right, because Professor X's girlfriend kind of looked like a bird a little bit. Militaristic and technologically advanced society. They possess the enhanced strength, reflexes, and metabolism compared to humans, and their physical traits include feathered crests. That's right, that's what she had. And in some cases, vestigial wings. Chandelar functions as a hub of their empire where the ruling family and the Imperial Guard reside. Notable events and characters. Chandelar is closely tied to the Shi'ar characters such as Deathbird. Deathbird is the first name. Let's just see who that person is. You know what I mean? It sounds like one of the last character reveals that you would want. Introducing Deathbird. Like, you see what I'm saying? Oh, and it looks Yeah, it looks something that's almost like Professor X's girlfriend. And I was gonna say, since they were talking about Lilandra and homie that always has to like beat up everybody to protect her. Oh dang, is that a Jim Lee drawing? Is that a Jim Lee drawing of her? Look at her looking bad. Look at her looking. You know what I mean? She looked like a Thundercat mixed with a Silver Hawk. Oh yeah, she's definitely a bad. Like if we're looking for like morally obscure characters, she definitely looks like a villain. Oh, look at her fighting some of these people over here. I wonder if I got this book. I wonder if that's in my Jim Lee art book. That's definitely a Jim Lee drawing. And she's calling out Professor Charles Xavier in this picture too. Dang. I wonder if Deathbird is the one. Let's keep reading. Well, let me give y'all a picture of her. You know what I mean? Because I have no idea where this goes with the last one. So now we're just guessing. But like I said, I feel like if I'm anywhere close with this roster, I feel like it's got to be. So like that's a Jim Lee drawing of her, mad pixelated. You know how much I love the pixel art. Let's keep reading. And Empress Lilandra from Neramani. See, I thought about if Lilandra would be there, but I'm like, man, that's Professor Xavier's boo. Like they ain't gonna make, you know what I mean? Like make him watch on the sidelines while his boo gets beat up. Like that's not, you know what I'm saying? A genetic throwback with pronounced avian traits was born on Eri, later known as Chandelar, and has repeatedly sought to seize the throne from her sister Lilandra. Oh, so you know what I mean? She's something like a baddie. The planet has been the site of political intrigue, coups, and battle involving the Shi'ar Imperial Guard, X-Men, and other Marvel superheroes. La 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 la. Significance in the Marvel Universe. The political and cultural heart of the Shi'ar Empire, Chandelar, is central to many interstellar storylines in Marvel Comics. It represents the Shi'ar power, advanced technology, and a complex social hierarchy, often serving as backdrop for conflicts involving Earth-based heroes like the X-Men, Captain Marvel. In summary, Chandelar is a key location in Marvel Comics, embodying the might and sophistication of the Shi'ar Empire, while being the stage for major intergalactic events and character arcs. Okay. So we only got two names. We got Deathbird and Lilandra. And like I said, I don't think they're gonna get, you know, they're not gonna let Professor Xavier just stand there and watch while Lilandra gets beat up on the sidelines. And that's the only name that we got. And Jim Lee drew her back in the day when he was handling the X-Men. Like, you know what I mean? It's my random pick where I'm like, you know what I mean, completely off the grid with this one. Where with all the off the grid picks, I'm like 100 on Gwenpool. I don't know about this one. But with all the fun characters like Ultimus and Quasar, you know what I mean? I'm almost certain. You know what I mean? Deathbird sound, you know? Let's do that. that. Let's do that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like for random and fun and cool. And you know what I mean, for a fighter. And then there's always going to be DLC to go ahead and expand on all these things. You know what I mean? And like I said, a roster like this and a game like this, I wouldn't be surprised if they double up on the amount of fighters and end up with 40 characters at the end. You know, over the course of like 4 years, let's say. But yeah. Trying to think if this can go any other way. The only other way I could see this going is if like this happened. Like that's about it. But Landry seems more of a villain. You know what I mean? Like this crew right here. But I'm not sure about that. Like there's got to be a girl on every team. So at least this way we got a girl on every team at the very least. And how many, what's the ratio here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost half of the cast are women. And at the end of the day, they could still always turn Quasar into a chick character. Nobody knows him. And Thor could always be taken for the girl Thor. Whatever. What was her name? Girl Thor. Either way. But yeah, the fact that Captain America could be Clint Barton, like if they give us Captain America and he pulls out a bow and arrow, you know what I'm saying? He starts using projectiles like crazy, that'd be nuts. And then you have Ghost Rider, who's Cosmic Ghost Rider, who's most likely Punisher. Yo. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This feels right. This feels right here. Even though I'm probably wrong a little bit. Alright. Oh, dang. Come on. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? Sony, who said you can go so hard, man? Sony, who gave you permission to go that hard? You know? Hmm. Alright. What am I doing? Yo, am I still alive? You know, I always gotta check. Always gotta check. Alright, so we're good there, we're good there. Yeah, I was gonna do some animation stuff, but you know, I think our meal's here, right? So you know what that means. Y'all go ahead and, you know what, I'll blow this up for y'all while I do this. You know, so I'm gonna have to measure some things out, do whatever. I was gonna draw more more ball Z over here. I was gonna draw more ball Z. But you know, we'll do that another time, before or after the animation. Come on, Capcom. Dead or Alive 7 is coming back. Capcom, you're gonna let Dead or Alive come back? You're not gonna bring Darkstalkers back? Asian and European baddies with fatties. Battling demons? Come on. Come on. Come on, Capcom. Got that. All right. Now, I would leave y'all with this one, but I don't want the screen to cut while I step away. While I set this up, I will be right back. Alright. I mean, they got the Fei Long character, and you got Tall Bane, and you got Tall Bane. They could just have a nunchucker off real quick. They give it like, oh, fellow chucker, huh? And they could just have a nunchucker off. Man, come on. Come on. Darkstalkers are dead. Or alive. I'm telling you. Alright, so where's my file at now? Nope. Nope. Oh, dang. What's going on? Oh, dang, come on. Come on. I'm over here. I'm trying to get ready to start drawing over here now. Baby, I held your hand, I looked you in the eye, I smiled. We had water, we had drinks, we had appetizers. The meal is here. It's hot and steaming, it's warm. I can't wait to eat, you know what I'm saying? Why my file's locking up on me right now like this? You know what I mean? I was at least gonna get started with the sketch. Let me see. Oh, that's not working either? Come on. Come on. What about you? Are you working? You're working. Okay. So why isn't my other thing working? Why aren't you working? Ah, it's that thing, man. See, there go my haters. There go my haters. I was getting ready to draw. This was an art stream. Now I got to go back and find out in between the intermissions and how to make the covers for the A, B, and C. Yeah, my PC's all locked up. My PC's all locked up. You know what I'm saying? Twitch and YouTube, they said they had enough. Twitch and YouTube said they had enough. I was like, baby, we just got here to the main course. We can't leave now. Why? Okay, now it's working. We're back. Okay. What about you? Okay. Where are my files? Okay, that's all those. Where's my one file? The file with the measurements in though. Oh dang, it's this one. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's 14 and a quarter. Oh wait. Right. So we're gonna measure from the middle. Halfway through is 8.5. 8.5. Oh wait, what am I doing with a pen? Oh, where's my pencil? Where's the pencil? And a half was it 7 and an eighth? Wow. 8.5 minus 7 and an eighth would be 1.5 minus an eighth. Over here. 8.5, so it's 1.5 minus 8. Yeah, I should probably know what the halfway point is too. Okay, so what would I call it? 8.5 plus 7 would be 15.5 plus an 8. There. So 15.5 plus an 8. Alright. Okay. Let me see. So, could cut that thirds. What's 11 divided by 3? It's like 3 point something. What's 3.5? it would be 3 1/2, 7, 10 1/2. So 3 3/4 would be 3, 7, 7, 725, 1075. Yeah, so let's just go 375 with it. $375. Let's mark up the other joint. So 375 times 2. Okay. 7 1/2, so that, yeah. That checks out. It's about there, that's about there. Oh, dang.